Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30. Another busy race card. We've got 2 stakes races today, Gabby. Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile is the headlining race, race number 9. But the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone, our co-feature on the afternoon. We have a lot happening here today.
College Scholarship Day.
A lot of money up for grabs there.
Yep.
A lot of money up for grabs when it comes to the Pick 6 carryover as well.
Breeders' Cup winners on a Friday. What more could you ask for? The sun is out. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful weekend.
I would take a Maker's Mark cocktail right now.
That would be nice.
Right?
Yeah, of course, always.
We're going to have to wait till last race, about 5:45.
Yeah. Hopefully someone can set something aside for us.
Here's a look at the carryovers. 25,000 plus starts race number 5. That's for the Pick 6. And the Toyota Super High 5 carries as well from yesterday's nightcap, which was a huge upset, which we'll get to in just a few moments. But you mentioned College Scholarship Day. $40,000 in college scholarships available for full-time college students. And a lot of folks have signed up. A lot of college students have signed up for College Scholarship Day.
This has progressed over the past several years, but this year the participation, we're approaching almost 9,000 pre-registered students, and they have the ability to register today as well, so we could see that number exceed 9,000. It's great. It serves as an opportunity for college students to get some money to pay for college tuition, but also give them a pathway into horse racing.
So good luck with that. We appreciate your involvement and participation in College Scholarship Day, and we look forward to the Pick 6 as well. Let's jump into our social media info as we'll quickly ramble through this on X. Give us a follow on, or at Keeneland Racing, I should say, on Instagram at Keeneland, Facebook at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. Follow them on X, FanDuel TV Plus, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it now. But most importantly, download the Keeneland Race Day app. You can find all of our selections and opinions on racing each and every race day. Let's go back to yesterday, race 1, Wesley Ward, 2-year-old race. Bank it. This was
what else is new?
Basically a replay of what we saw a couple of days ago. Scarab Bray, first runner for Golden Pal, another first crop stallion win coming out of the Wesley Ward barn. He's 3 for 3 in the 2-year-old races.
Yeah, it's nothing new there. Wesley Ward is very dangerous with his 2-year-olds, and we saw him deliver once again on yesterday's card. Luster came with it in race number 4 for Josie Carroll and Johnny V aboard.
A very nice win there, coming down from Woodbine off of a debut victory. So that runner 2 for 2 to start off her career. Reagan's Wit was very impressive in race number 8, our feature, another Keeneland grad running away from this stakes quality field.
Yeah, this was a really impressive effort. Once she got going, she was clear late, winning by a couple of lengths in the end. Congratulations to Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz. And then race number 9, yesterday's finale, big balloons here, 85-1 in the nightcap.
Carroll's Melody springing a massive upset. Well done to Eric Foster and his team. And these prices, you think we'll top this the rest of the meet? $173 payout?
Be tough. It would be tough, but I think anything can happen. As you mentioned, $173 for the win. It led to a Pick 6 carryover and a nice payout in the Pick 5 as well.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard, jockey and trainer standings. Luis Saez, Jose Ortiz tied with 5. Irad Jr. Joel laying 1 off the pace. Bill Mott, Wesley Ward tied atop the trainer standings with 4. Then you got Brad Cox, Rusty Arnold, and Brian Lynch rounding out the top 2. Let's check in with WKYT for the Friday weather.
For your Keeneland forecast today, we've got another beautiful day full of sunshine as you head out to the track. One thing you are going to notice is things will be a bit gustier and a few more clouds will show up a little later for those post times. But overall, hard to frown with temperatures like these. You're surging close towards the 80-degree mark and you have a high UV index. So make sure your hat is wide enough to act as some sun protection. But overall, a beautiful day to spend some time at Keeneland. Good luck at the races.
John Deere track conditions fast and firm on this Friday afternoon. So once again, a perfect week of weather thus far. Knock on wood. Is this wood?
Gotta have the sunscreen, the hat, and a cocktail.
I've got a hat.
Stay hydrated.
I've got 3 hats, in fact, and I put the old sun cream on.
Okay,
as
me
they
too.
call it over in the UK. Let's jump into our Grade 1 Makers Mark Mile. Race number 9 on the card. A couple of scratches, big scratches, troubleshooting out. Tenacious Leader a scratch. Wolfie's Dynaghost out. Deterministic, arguably the biggest scratch of all, withdrawn. And then Pitkin, the 13, is a withdrawal. But the headliner remains at his notable speech, champion from last year for Godolphin. We're no stranger to seeing Godolphin runners here that are stateside-based horses. Also, we're no stranger to seeing Charlie Appleby or one of the UK trainers like Saeed bin Saror bringing horses here to a Keeneland meet, whether it be the spring or the fall.
I think it's particularly telling as well because I think Charlie Appleby, they're planning months and months ahead. They're campaigning their horses, especially when you have the likes of a Breeders' Cup winner. So how do you get back to the Breeders' Cup? The Breeders' Cup obviously happens to be here in the fall, so this is a good stepping stone for that seasonal campaign. He did say that it's likely this race, if all goes well, Woodbine Mile, and then coming back to Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup.
He's got it all mapped out. And he came here a couple of years ago, won with Master of the Seas. I can't get past notable speech. I mean, he's a horse that beat our best turf milers in the Breeders' Cup. It was a deeper field than what he ran against in the Woodbine Mile. He did beat My Boy Prince, who we saw win the Sprint Stakes last weekend, the Shakertown. But we go back to the Breeders' Cup Mile at Del Mar, and he's going to kick it in down on the inside. He's got to turn a foot. He puts it on full display. This is a horse that nearly won the Breeders' Cup in 2024, and then his races over in Europe, I don't want to say he tailed off. He just didn't live up to expectations. But coming to the United States, that has been a big plus for him on this firm ground that he has encountered up at Woodbine, especially at Del Mar, and what he's going to run over, I should say, here today. So he's going to be the favorite. I'm not going to pick against notable speech on the top end. Rhetorical's a nice horse. He's the number 1 horse. Second choice for me. I think he's going to be the second choice in this race once all the wagering is complete. He was 4th after being passed by notable speech in that race that we showed you. He won the Grade 1 Turf Mile back in the fall here for Will Walden, son of Not This Time, who's made nearly $1 million. He's been working well. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But he obviously has some lengths to make up on notable speech. And then Zulu Kingdom for trainer Chad Brown. He's been very, very good from 2 to 3. Now this is his 4-year-old debut. It's been 8 months for him. He's jumping into the deep end of the pool off of an 8-month layoff, but he is a very good horse. The only time he lost was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf going back to 2024, where Henri Matisse was able to beat him that afternoon. So I go 4-1-6.
Technically the DQ last time out, too.
Technically the DQ.
Technically,
yeah,
but he crossed the finish line
yes,
first. He did.
He lost.
I'm gonna pick up where you left off. I like Zulu Kingdom. When I was kind of watching his series of races last season, I was thinking to myself, wow, this is going to be a really special turf horse in the Chad Brown camp. He went on, and obviously he won the Grade 1 American Turf as a 3-year-old. This is a look at that effort, and he did it in hand. He did it really well, and he's been able to take his talents to so many different surfaces, whether it be a yielding going at Aqueduct, whether it be Tampa, good ground at Churchill, firm ground at Saratoga over the summer. He is just multi-dimensional. He's dynamic. He kind of creates his own trip. It was unfortunate that he was DQ'd in his last race. And yes, the big layoff is a concern. But if anybody can get a horse ready off of that type of a layoff, it is Chad Brown. And I think it's really encouraging that he finds himself in a Grade 1 off that layoff. So and keep in mind, too, Chad Brown is 2 wins away from hitting that milestone of 3,000 wins in his career. So best of luck. He has 4 runners today across the country, both here and up in New York. So I went in this direction. The 4 notable speech, I don't really have anything more to add. He's a Breeders' Cup winner. He's a champion. He's really good, and he is by far the horse to beat off of his resume. This is a look at him stepping on our turf course here. Obviously, back on Tuesday, Keeneland gave Connections the ability to get onto the turf course, and this is a look at a nice little blowout down the lane here. Charlie Appleby was on site for training yesterday, and the camp is, and he in particular looks ready to rock and roll. Now, Charlie Appleby also sends out a Maury City in there, and according to our barn notes and an interview by the traveling lad, said that horse is kind of, they like his chances, but is really in there to provide some pace in the race.
It's a European tactic we see quite often, and it's taken me back. I can't think of the horse's name, but there have been times. There was a Group 1 last summer where a Juddmonte pacemaker was trying to set the table for Field of Gold, and that horse was able to just keep on going. I cannot think of his name for the life of me right now.
I know exactly here. It's on the tip of my tongue. Hopefully someone can text us. Can a researcher or a fan or anybody, lifeline, call
Hopefully
a friend?
people are listening.
Yeah, that's a good step in the right direction.
Let's listen to Tom Leach.
To give you an idea of the quality of this year's renewal of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, Brian Birdie's 20-1, and he's 7 for 14 and a Grade 2 winner. He made his 5-year-old debut earlier this season down at the fairgrounds, but jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. says ignore that and also focus on the distance, that the mile might be this one's best trip.
Sheree and Richard and I, we've been around this horse for quite a bit now, and they've kind of learned that his first race off the layoff is never really his best race. He always kind of needs a race, and then he kind of showcases. So Richard and Sheree had sat down and talked about a game plan to get him here to the Makers, and that's why they went ahead and they ran him down there in that race at the fairgrounds. They just wanted to kind of knock the rust off and get a good race in him to prepare him for the Makers here.
Awesome. Why would a mile be a good fit for his?
That's just the thing, they've tried him at longer distances, and he runs really good races, but they just feel that the mile is kind of where his best distance is, and it's kind of where he's really showcased his true talents.
Notable Speech is the logical favorite of his performance in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year, but Rhetorical was only beaten a couple of lengths that day while finishing 4th. He makes his 2026 debut in this spot, and jockey Arad Ortiz is optimistic he can work out a trip from that rail draw.
A good pace will help, and probably, he got the one hole. Hopefully he's relaxed and settled down. He know he's going to be fresh, so hopefully settle down and make a run on the end.
From when you were on him last year, is he the kind of horse that can handle being down inside like that and you can hit the button?
Yeah, I mean, he got some gears, so that would be the key. Switch off the first part of the race, and after that, if he do that, I'm pretty positive that he can get there.
It's quite a scene last fall in the winner's circle when Rhetorical won the Grade 1 Keeland Turf Mile here, because it was the first Grade 1 for his trainer, Will Walden.
Great stuff, Tom. We move on to race number 7, the FanDuel Limestone Grade 3 event for the 3-year-old fillies. A lot of them making their first starts of their 3-year-old campaign. Scratches here, 2, 6, 7, 13, and 14. Another Breeders' Cup winner in Cy-Fair Gabby, a daughter of Not This Time from Medallion Racing, Swinbank Stables, and others out of the George Weaver barn. She was impressive as a 2-year-old. How does she transition to the age of 3 is the question.
That's always the biggest question, I think, in particular with fillies. Sometimes they don't grow, they don't fill into themselves. Now, I haven't been able to see Cy-Fair in the last couple of months, and she was incredibly impressive throughout her 2-year-old season. We'll just see if she can pick up where she left off last year, and if that's the case, then everybody has to deliver their A game.
I can tell you one person who went down and took a look at her down in Florida.
Who's that?
Frank Taylor, TaylorMade Farm. He says she looks amazing.
There you go.
So he sold me on Cy-Fair. Not that it took a lot of selling. No. You know I like picking favorites.
You just needed that reassurance.
I did. Daughter of Not This Time, Algonquin winner. She was nearly a perfect score as far as her 2-year-old campaign. Almost won the Bolton Landed, but she capped off her season as a 2-year-old with a win, beating the boys in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And this is always an international cast in which she is facing. She sat forward. Pace was quick, and she was able to kick on down the lane under Irad Ortiz Jr. So this is a filly, like I said, making her 3-year-old debut, one of the best 2-year-old turf sprinter that we had last year, and beats Brussels' Coolmore Connected filly, or horse, I should say, just back behind her. So Cy-Fair on top, who's going to be the favorite. Lenny Lou, though, it's a big test for her. She was beaten by Cy-Fair. She came back, won. We know Andy Biancone, worked with her over at FanDuel TV. She's spoken about the fact that her father's looking at another potential return to Royal Ascot after she ran so well in the Group 2 Queen Mary Stakes last year at the Royal Meeting. So she'll be the second choice. She is my second choice. And then finally, the number 1 horse, Sapphire Beach, for Rusty Arnold. I think the cutback in distance is significant for this filly. She was part of the pace in the Here Comes the Bride. She was 5th, beaten 4 lengths. The filly that was 3rd in that race, Storm's Weight, came back to win the Appalachian just last weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. So that's a live race. She ran against some good fillies. 9-8-1 would be the price play as my 3rd selection in the Limestone.
One other thing to mention about Lenny Lou is Andy said that she has been tough training here. So she has liked Lexington, Kentucky, and she's coming into the race really, really well. Obviously, Andy has been galloping her in the morning. So that's good insight there. or by someone who has been on her. I went with a price in here, the 4 Quiet Street, because I think if you're going to beat Sci-Fair, it might be first off the layoff. And with Quiet Street, I know she too is coming off a layoff, but I truly think that Bill Mott just wants her sprinting. Now, here's a look at her effort at Kentucky Downs at 6.5 furlongs over the turf course. And sometimes we see horses with the ability to win at this distance. They go on and they be really effective at a mile, say, or maybe just a little bit shorter than that. But she was really impressive in her debut when she won maiden special weight at 5.5 furlongs. And I think Bill Mott, maybe this is a starting point for her. Maybe he's figured out that she is probably just a little bit better going one turn. And I am riding the Bill Mott wave. When barns do well, they kind of sustain that through the end of the meet. And Bill Mott's horses have been running. Junior Alvarado has been riding on fire as of late as well. So the 4 Quiet Street, I'm going to take a swing with her on top, and then the number 9 Sci-Fair, she will be the horse to beat for all the reasons you mentioned. Lenny Liu for me to round out the trifecta, but that is a very, very good group of fillies.
Let's go to race number 5, key race on the card. This race does start the pick 6 with that $25,000 carryover. It's a turf event, 2 other than allowance race at 1 mile and a 16th. Bracelet is the morning line favorite, the 8 horse at odds of 9-2. I'm going to the number 7 horse, who is 5-1 in the stars for Rusty Arnold. Rusty having a great meet. This one for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., daughter of Into Mischief, out of the multiple Grade 1 winning mare, Stellar Win. Got a hold of this filly back in 2023 for $300,000. She's back in against allowance foes after running against Lush Lips, who's going to be one of the headliners tomorrow in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley. And Lush Lips, one of the best 3-year-old fillies that we saw last year. I think she was, period. Best 3-year-old fillies on the trip that we saw last year. But this was this filly's Keeneland run back in October at the beginning of the fall meet, and she dashes away from this group. She settled off the pace, made a run at him. Her turf races have been her best. She settles, she runs at him. Her last race, she was just a little bit too tough. So in the stars, on the drop down in class, the top selection, and then the 3 horse, Something About Her. The 3 horse?
About her?
Something About Her. The T and H don't go together there.
I'm going to write that one down for later. It's good material. Make fun of you at a later date.
She never lets me live it down. She's my second selection. We got to get to it. She's taking a drop down in class. She nearly won the Valley View last year, so I've got her second, and then the 8 in third. So that's my view on race number 5.
All right, I'm going to take us ahead to race number 8. And this is a nice little group of fillies and mares as well. The headliner in here, the favorite, is She's a Gemma, 9-5 there. Another one for Bill Mott. I'm, again, continuing to ride the Bill Mott wave here. This one with Louis Saez in the saddle. But when I look at this field, and I look at the 6 in particular, Scott, she just looks like she's a better sprinter. She sprinted first time out. It was a very fast figure. Then Bill stretched her out. Subsequently, in our next 2 starts to a mile, they finally cut her back in distance at Oaklawn, and she was very impressive. We have that replay here. She goes on to win this race by 9.5 lengths as the favorite. She beat 8 others in this field as well, and you see the second place finisher in there. She's trying to hang on as long as she can, but then She's a Gemma just kicks it into gear and then just pulls away from that second place finisher there. The final time, 109.4, wrapped up in the end under Louis Saez. Louis Saez retains the mount once again for CJ Thoroughbreds, and I think she's very tough to beat. I'll talk about my late pick 3 a little bit later in the show, and I actually thought that she was a single. So I used her on top, Chatter in second. I think she can apply some pace to the race, and the winner of the last race came back to be impressive here, so that's something to keep in mind as well.
Let's jump into the Clocker reports. We're going to start with race number 3 and the number 7 horse, Mendel's Mate, for Barry and Joni Butzo and trainer Joe Sharp. 3-year-old daughter of Mendelson, drilled a half mile on the bridle, worked on even terms with the stablemate I'm Mojoke, a 4-year-old filly who's finished in the money of 6 of 8 starts, so working against an older filly who's been consistent. And the Dark Bay Colt sports salty 2-turn form. He's back on grass for just the second time in his career and first time going long. So watch out for Mendel's Mate, who is 15-1 on the morning line. And then in race number 10, our 10th and final, the race that offers that Toyota Super High 5 carryover, we're looking at Sparked on the Clocker report. Sharp breezing a half mile out of the gate, working on his own for trainer Andrew McKeever. Galloped out 5/8 of a mile in 1 minute and 2, and 6 panels in 1:14 and 4. So look out for the 8 in race 10, the 7 in race number 3. Race number 6 is where our Sailgrad spotlight shines on this Friday. You want to go ahead and pronounce this name?
I was looking ahead, and no, to answer your question.
Puteka Teke.
Okay.
I phoned a friend. I called Kurt Becker.
Puteka Teke.
Puteka Teke. Keeland September Sailgrad from 2023, $85,000 purchase as hip number 832 by Omaha Beach out of the Pioneer of the Nile First Dam Cleopatra's Charm, owned by Glencrest Farm and bred by AgriFarm SA. So that's our Keeneland Sailgrad spotlight, race
Look
number
at you
6.
preparing ahead of time, too. Phoning a friend, Kurt Becker. He's always a good lifeline.
I could just sit and talk to Kurt and be prepared for life, period.
That's true.
Like, that's just the reality of it. Ready for some multi-race exotics?
Let's do it. What do you have today?
I've got the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. And this does involve the featured events, races 7 and 9, the Limestone and the Maker's Mark Mile. But it begins in race number 5, and that's where I'm going to find the most coverage. I've got 7, 8, and 10. Those are the horses, or 7, 3, and 8. Those are the selections, 3, 7, 8. But I threw the 10 in here as a bit of a price play. One More Dance for Brendan Walsh, who may take some play. First time in the United States for Brendan Walsh. See a lot of these horses come his way this time of the year in the fall time for connections like this, like Qatar Racing. And oftentimes we see these horses get onto the faster, firmer ground here in North America and do real well. And Tyler Gaffleone, he always has live opportunities when it comes to Brendan Walsh. Race number 7, I'll go with Cy-Fair and Lenny Liu. And then in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, notable speech. If he wins, I'm trying to get this thing to pay a little bit more. And if Rhetorical runs well or Zulu Kingdom runs well enough to win, which maybe they do coming off the layoff for notable speech, and I know that they are as well, that's going to make this thing pay a little bit more. But I'm not going to leave notable speech off my ticket either. I'm not that foolish, I don't think, in playing this $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. So $72 ticket, race number 5 is where it starts, 5, 7, 9.
For what it's worth, I don't think you're foolish.
I love you.
Is that reassuring?
Yes.
Race 8 kicks off the late pick 3, $3 minimum there, races 8, 9, and 10. And as I previously mentioned, the 6 horse for Bill Mott, she's a Gemma, she's going to be my single there. I just thought her last race was super impressive. Fast time. She should be able to build off of that and be dominant in this race. I mean, she could make the lead. There's other pace in there. I don't think she necessarily needs to. In my opinion, I think she'll sit just off the pace of the 4, cut to the chase. Race number 9, the Maker's Mark Mile, going with 3 horses there, and actually leaving out Rhetorical, but I'm just trying to save a little bit of money. That rail post position, as Irad Ortiz kind of mentioned there, hopefully he can get his horse to settle, but I'll take a little bit of an approach to go against with the 2, 4, and the 6. The top play is Zulu Kingdom, the 6 for Chad Brown. Then that takes us to the final race, a maiden $50,000 claimer. And I have coverage there, kind of use the logical horses, but the one, Mr. American Pie, is 15-1 on the morning line. And the 6, Dawn's Last Ride, a second-time starter for Joe Sharp, I thought was interesting at 15-1.
Those are our multi-race exotic plays, best angle segments on this Friday. Let's go to race number 6. I like a horse in here, the number 2 horse, Great Moment. And I think that he and Puteka Teke are the 2 fastest horses in this race. There might be a push for Mizzou, but I think these 2 horses drawn right next to each other, they can see them hook up. Now, whether they make the lead or they travel together in a pack and then, go on with it. But I think the Great Moment, second race off of a long layoff. This is his first race off the layoff. It had been his prior start had been all the way back in March of 2025. He ends up second in this race. The horse that beats this field and beats up on this field, Sergeant Sly, earned a 93 Beyer speed figure geared down late. So you've got to respect that form and that type of a race. I'm going to cold deck an exacta ice cold to our good friend Dave Weaver, who's enjoying a weekend down in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn. 2-3. $10 exacta. You can play it however you want as far as the wager is concerned, the minimum wager, or make it more, but I'm going 2-3 in race number 6. I really do like Great Moment. Even if you want to have a win bet, I think that he's probably going to be somewhere in the range of what his morning line is.
Maybe even a little daily double action in that race as well. I will take us a little bit earlier in the card to race number 3, and this is a turf allowance race going a mile and a 16th on the turf, other than. And I thought this was a really good race. However, Touch of Fire, I think, might have the advantage in here. He's 9-5 on the morning line. This is a look at his debut effort. This was going a mile and a 16th down at the fairgrounds back in the beginning of the year in January. And you could see he had some green tendencies tendencies. He's kind of going all over the racetrack. He's out in the middle of the racetrack as well, but he keeps grinding home to win this race by 7 lengths. Now, that led him to be a heavy favorite in his next race, and he did lose that race. It featured, he had a little bit more pressure on the front end, and he wound up not being able to win that race. But I think having drawn the rail post position, giving his early speed, maybe having the ability to get covered up or go for it, whatever IRAD decides from the rail, I think he'll be tough. Now, I'm Captain Obvious here, giving you the favorite in that race, but I like 2 other horses if you want to make the exacta, maybe pay a little bit more. The 7 Mendel's Mate I thought was really interesting in here for trainer Joe Sharp. He gets back to the turf. His turfway races have been okay, and he kind of strikes me as a type that could sit that stalking trip. And then the 12 Doctrine is that other horse for Brad Cox. I was almost going to pick him on top, but I don't really like the post position for him, and I think he should be able to at least overcome to finish in the top 2. So the 1 over the 7-12 exacta there in race number 3.
Those are our best angles. Time now for Tom Leach's long shot of the day.
Long shot play comes in race 5. It's the 9-horse Daisy Flyer for Rusty Arnold, whose barn's been off to a good start at the spring meet. Horse had an 89 buyer, the grade 3 Lake George at Saratoga last summer. An effort similar to that would be good enough to be a contender in this spot. I think we'll get a little bit of a price on this horse because of the jock. Not as big a name as others who are in this field, but still very confident, is Sexal Concepcion. And they thought enough of this filly to put her in the grade 1 QE2 last fall. So let's try Daisy Flyer and hope to get a little better price.
I feel like Tom's done well. The clock report's done well. You've done well. I feel like the only person that I've not done well is myself.
I haven't been paying attention. I believe you, but, there's still time to turn it around.
There is. Thank you for the optimism.
Yep.
Enjoy a big day of racing here at Keeneland. Grade 1 Friday, Maker's Mark Mile, the Limestone Stake, FanDuel Limestone Stakes, as well as College Scholarship Day. And the students are out.
They are.
They are out in full force. Good luck with those college scholarships, and good luck with all your wagering endeavors on this Friday here at Keeneland.
In 2026, the Breeders' Cup returns to hallowed ground in Lexington, Kentucky, to Keeneland, where rolling bluegrass pastures give way to epic showdowns and legendary victories.
Flight line now, beginning to move on the outside. It is flight line. Breeders' Cup Classic win.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week.
Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Mallory Jones to the paddock. Mallory is a lifelong performer and accomplished vocalist who shares her love of music with audiences across Kentucky. She is a freshman at the University of Kentucky studying public policy, a proud member of the Alpha Delta Pi sorority and the Kappa Alpha Pi fraternity, and the former Miss Kentucky's Teen 2024. She is joined by the University of Kentucky ROTC for the presentation of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rake glare, the bombs bursting in air, and gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The best one we've had.
I appreciate it.
Fantastic.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Orvis Keene with guest services as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Orvis. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm, the temporary rail is down today, full width of the turf course this afternoon in use. Those are the John Deere track and turf conditions. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin, also starts the early pick five, no carryover. In that first race, scratch the 4 Midnight Pranks. That's the first race, scratch the 4 Midnight Pranks. Second race starts the early pick 4. Scratch the 3, El Oso. Scratch number 8, Lenny G. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the second race. Scratch number 3, El Oso. Scratch number 8, Lenny G. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change on the 10, Mandy's Man Can, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 10, Mandy's Man Can, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Third race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fourth race, scratch the 4, Maximum Promise. That's the fourth race, scratch number 4, Maximum Promise. Change of equipment for the 2, Profound, Blinkers On. That's the fourth race, number 2, Profound, Blinkers On. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins, a $25,792 carryover. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. In that fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change on the 4, Deloraine, Jamie Torres. That's race 5, number 4, Deloraine, the jockey, Jamie Torres. Sixth race starts the late pick 5, no carryover, no changes in race 6. Seventh race starts the late pick 4, the FanDuel Limestone. In that seventh race, scratch the 2, Pure Eloquence. Scratch the 6, Debbie Doll. Scratch the 7, Candy Talking. Scratch 13, Midnight Martini, and scratch 14, Will Happen. That's in the seventh race. Scratch the 2, Pure Eloquence. Scratch the 6, Debbie Doll. Scratch the 7, Candy Talking. And scratch the also eligibles 13 and 14. Eighth race is where the $3 late pick 3 begins. In that eighth race, scratch the 3, Kiana. Eighth race, scratch number 3, Kiana. Ninth race, the featured Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Scratch number 3, Troubleshooting. Scratch the 7, Tenacious Leader. Also scratch number 8, Bear River. Scratch the 9, Wolfie's Dynaghost. Scratch the 10, Deterministic. And scratch 13, Pitkin. Ninth and featured race, scratch 3, Troubleshooting. Scratch 7, Tenacious Leader. 8, Bear River. 9, Wolfie's Dynaghost. 10, Deterministic. And scratch 13, Pitkin. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $15,975. Scratch the 2, Chappelle. Scratch the 7, I'm Trouble. And scratch the 10, Houston. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 2, Chappelle. Scratch the 7, I'm Trouble. Scratch the 10, Houston. Please note 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Blasey, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to a Grade 1 Friday here at Keeneland Racecourse. We've got 10 races ahead, 2 stakes races, Gabby, starting with race number 7 in the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. But the featured event, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, featuring a Breeders' Cup winner. In fact, we've got 2 Breeders' Cup winners from last year. Cy Fair in the Limestone, but then Notable Speech, also a champion he's the headliner of the Maker's Mark Mile.
It's an incredible card, especially for a Friday. But Maker's Mark Mile, as you mentioned, highlighted by the presence of notable speech. And Charlie Appleby, his trainer, is on site here this weekend as well. It looks like they're just hoping to do a similar thing as they did last year, run him in this race, potentially run him in the Woodbine Mile, and then hope to come back here in the Breeders' Cup Mile in the fall.
Yeah, he had a good year last year, obviously crowned champion. He won the Woodbine Mile. He won the Breeders' Cup Mile, so he's back in the United States. We look forward to those two races. We also look forward to pick six carryover, $25,000 carried after the results of the final six races yesterday. That starts in race number 5, so have that on your radar. Also, today is Keeneland College Scholarship Day.
Yeah, and there's going to be a total of $40,000 give out in scholarships today. There's going to be 10 $2,000 scholarships given out, as well as 2 $10,000 scholarships. And Scott, we've had almost 9,000 students pre-register, so it's going to be a packed house today.
Looking forward to it. Cheers to Maker's Mark Mile Day here today at Keeneland.
Race number 1 is at 7 furlongs on the Keeneland main track today. It's a claiming event. The claiming price $25,000, 4-year-olds and up. There's a big favorite in here, so I took a shot to try to beat the favorite with the 2 Track Ranger. Track Ranger running out of the David Jacobson barn for just the second time after Jacobson claimed this one last November over at Churchill Downs off a win of nearly 6 lengths. The previous race, Track Ranger had won by more than 11 up at Horseshoe Indy. So this is a horse that got in really good form late last year. The Beyer speed figures stack up well with the favorite. Now, off the claim, they took the horse down to Delta Downs, and they ran him out in early January, second day of the new year. Didn't go well, and he hadn't been out since, but has been training regularly of late, so perhaps something was amiss after that last start, and they've got it straightened out, and Jacobson goes to a guy he likes to use a lot, Tyler Gaffleone. So I thought Track Ranger had a shot, currently at 9-1. Of course, that has 3 wins from 13 starts, so had a nice 2025 year with 3 wins out of 7 trips to the post. The current 4-5 favorite is Currahee. Currahee runs for trainer Joe Sharp, who claimed this one 2 starts back out of a race at the fairgrounds. Now, while the top pick Track Ranger's moving up in class, this one is maybe dropping just slightly. Horizontal at worst, probably, off 2 solid efforts down at the fairgrounds. A third back in early February when he was claimed, and then last time out, first start for the Sharp barn. Early March ran a good second to Gavad at a little bit higher level down there. Horse has trained here at Keeland for his last 2 works. Jose Ortiz in the saddle, so a lot to like about Currahee, who has 7 top 2 finishes from 14 starts. We're also going to take a look at the 6 in here, who is currently the second choice at 7-2 for Robertino Diodoro. That's Bibidoro with Flavian Pratt up on this horse for the first time. Horse has 3 wins lifetime, and the last 2 starts have been on the turf course. Nice speed figures, nice Beyer figures out of those 2 races, which were solid efforts, a 5th and a 3rd at maybe slightly higher level down at the fairgrounds. But back on the main track now, does have 2 wins, a 2nd and 2/3 from 14 starts on the main track. So this horse has the ability on the main track, and was here in Kentucky last fall and last spring, and actually had a nice win off slightly coming from slightly off the pace. The 30,000 claiming level, restricted claiming level over at Churchill Downs in early June. So, of course, won by 4 that day, was a very impressive winner. That form would certainly put Bibidoro in the mix here, but the big favorite still Currahee at 4-5. They'll be heading to the track soon. Best of luck getting your day started with a winner.
At Keeneland, a couple of overweights to report, looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, number 4, Deloraine, the jockey Jamie Torres. The weight is +1. Race 5, number 4, Deloraine, the weight +1. And looking ahead to the 10th race, race 10, number 11, Chasing Gray, 1 pound over. 10th race, the 11, Chasing Gray, the jockey 1 pound over. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a claiming race for 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs. Over the fast main track, the price $25,000. Scratch the 4. Midnight Pranks, number 4 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Fast track and a firm turf this afternoon. Post time in 7 minutes.
Joe Sharp has the favorite Kurahi odds on currently in the wagering. How confident are you in this spot with this horse?
He had a really good work over this track, so I like his post. We like everything we've seen since coming back to Kentucky, and he ran a great race last time, second to a horse of ours that we like quite a bit. So I feel pretty confident.
What's the cutback and distance do for him?
I think it allows him to be, especially with a post. He always seems like a horse that kind of hangs a little bit late. So I think it'll just help him. I think he's tactical enough to be close, and actually didn't look like there was a ton of speed. So I think the class level and with the cutback should be the key.
Good luck, Joe.
Thanks, Scott.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. King of Kentucky walks up. Track Ranger. Now Tagliatelle with 3 more to load. Shadow coming forward. Then Bebe Duro. Currahee, the last one. Coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes King of Kentucky. Quick into stride down toward the inside. King of Kentucky shoots right out to the early lead. Shadow comes away in second. Currahee is third. Bebe Duro is outrunning in the 4th position. Tagliatelle goes 5th, and Track Ranger is last of the 6 for the move up the back stretch. Up front, top 2 separated by just a neck. King of Kentucky to the inside. Shadow to the outside. Another length and a half to a side-by-side battle for third. Currahee third by a head just to the outside of Bebe Duro. Then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths to the far turn. Back to the 2 trailers. Tagliatelle, Track Ranger last. 22.83 was the time for the opening quarter. King of Kentucky and Shadow and King of Kentucky. They continue their tussle over to the far turn. Currahee is third, outward from the rail, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Bebe Duro is 4th down toward the inside, followed by Tagliatelle, then a gap of 15 more. Back to Track Ranger, who's last. Shadow, the leader, opening up by 3 lengths around the far turn. Currahee now tries to take aim. Tagliatelle to the outside of that one. Quarter mile to go. Shadow has the lead. Here comes Tagliatelle to the far outside, and Currahee between that pair. They're coming to the 8th pole. Currahee, Tagliatelle to the outside, Shadow to the inside, and then Bebe Duro, who's in 4th, still 3 lengths away, 2 lengths away. Final 16th. Tagliatelle pokes ahead in front past the 16th pole from Currahee, Shadow, and Bebe Duro. Tagliatelle and Gabriel Saez to win the opener. Currahee home second, then Shadow and Bebe Duro.
Well, Tagliatelle with an impressive run down the stretch under Gabe Saez for trainer Eric Foster. And if you were here yesterday, you're not going to get paid as well today as you did yesterday. These connections, the trainer jock, combined to light up the tote board at more than $173 on the last race with Carol's Melody yesterday. Not quite the same number today, but a nice 5-to-1 return for the start of the card on this Friday for Tagliatelle and the Foster-Saez combo. That's 2 in a row from Thursday to Friday. Congratulations to all the connections. 5th lifetime win from 22 starts and the 2nd outing since moving into the Foster barn. So certainly they have this one going in the right direction.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 3, Tagliatelle, first. Number 7, Currahee, second. Number 5, Chado, third. Number 6, Bebeduro, fourth. 3756 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 3756, the official results. Into the winner's circle for the first, number 3, Tagliatelle. Owned by West Venture Racing LLC of Zach Hausman, trained by Eric Foster, Gabriel Saez, the jockey. Tagliatelle, a 5-year-old gelded son of Taprit out of Orekiet, by Harlan's Holiday, bred in Kentucky by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.93 seconds over the fast main track. Keeneland's second race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. A reminder, scratch number 3, El Oso. Scratch the 8, Lenny G. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. A reminder, the jockey for the 10, Mandy's Man Can, Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides the 10.
Race number 2 on this beautiful Friday is also at 7 furlongs. It's a maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds and up. The claiming price, $20,000. We're taking a look at the 5-horse here, 22 Black, currently at 2-1 as the favorite in this group for trainer Kenny McPeak. It's a horse that ran on turf last time, and that experiment didn't work well for them, at least on that occasion. So back on the main track. And the previous 2 races were much improved over the speed figures of last year. Now, in that second start last year, the 22 Black was facing a field that was led by Commandment to the wire, and he's one of the favorites for the Kentucky Derby. But off that race, came back in January, and from a speed figure standpoint was much improved, then dropped down a notch into a $50,000 maiden claiming company, and showed good speed going long. Now cuts back, did show speed in the 6 furlong race too, so the tactical speed can be a plus here, although the winner of our first race broke last to start. 22 Black dropping back to a shorter distance, getting the go-to rider for the McPeak stable, Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. A nice local work over at Churchill Downs. 22 Black. You can see why the public likes this one at 5-2 currently. Also want to take a look at the 2-horse in here. That is Props, currently at odds of 5-1. And Props is a class dropper coming off the fairgrounds. Like 22 Black, Props has been running at the $30,000 level, where he ran second, then went into restricted claiming company for the next couple of starts. But the race 3 back against a $30,000 maiden claiming company with a second place finish, that would give this one a big shot in this spot, with James Graham in the saddle, as he was for the last 4 starts. So certainly very familiar with this horse for trainer Keith DeSormo. 2 second-place finishes and a third, so 3 board hits from 9 lifetime starts for Props, who will probably be coming from well out of it, as our winner of the first race was able to do. We also want to take a look at the 12-horse, He's All Heart. This one's out of the Mike Maker stable. Currently, He's All Heart at odds of 5-1, right about the morning line for that one. He's All Heart in his 3rd lifetime start, adding blinkers for this race. You would think that might lead to a little more early speed, but the horse broke well last time with the pack and was just a length and a half off at the first call. That was at a mile. That was a 2-turn race at Turfway Park. Both races on the synthetic for this one, so he's got to answer the question of getting onto the main track, but nothing in the pedigree that suggests that that would be any major problem for this one. And now cutting back from a mile to 7 furlongs might help. The blinkers might help He's All Heart get a good position from that outside post. And Mike Maker, always dangerous here at Keeneland. So hasn't hit the board in 2 lifetime starts, but hasn't run poorly either. And so with a little improvement, He's All Heart, with a slight class drop off those races at Turfway, could be in the mix at the end. Looks to be a pretty well-matched field here going postward in race 2, still headed by 22 Black at odds of 5-2. This race starts the early pick 4 on this Friday card. Good luck.
come out.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race maiden claiming event. 3-year-olds and up with a price of $20,000, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. It also started the early pick 4. Scratch the 3 El Oso. Scratch the 8 Lindy G. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey for the 10, Mandy's Man Can, is Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time is 6 minutes.
Ten horses taking a little money in here. Mandy's Man Can for trainer Paulo Lobo is making his 5th lifetime start. 10-1 on the morning line, 9-2 right now. And one of the things that is intriguing is at a slightly higher level over at Churchill Downs last November. This horse on the main track set the early pace at 6 furlongs and got caught in the stretch to finish second, beaten just a length and a half. So that was a nice effort at a slightly higher class level. And so a repeat of that might give Mandy's Man Can a chance in this spot. And that has attracted a little bit of interest on the tote board, again holding steady at 9-2. The favorite remains the 5, 22 Black, and he's been the favorite since the wagering open. Kenny McPeak does well on the turf to dirt switch. This one ran long on the grass last time in his turf debut down at the fairgrounds. Finished 6th of 7 that day. Only beaten a little more than 8 lengths, but still has been better on the main track in that previous race when he finished 3rd. That was at 1 1/16 on the fairgrounds main track. Cutting back to 7 furlongs here might be a help. Look for this one to be up close on the early pace under jockey Brian Hernandez. 22 Black still at 5-2 on the tote board. Best of luck with your wagers in race 2 as it starts the early pick 4 on this fantastic Friday card.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 522 black. Late scratch in Keeneland's second race. Scratch number 522 black. Windows remain open. Moving into line race 2. Field study goes in. Market Watch approaches the gate. Now here's the Rainbow Factor walking up, going in, along with Market Watch. Mandy's Man Can. Here's Silver Dime. He's All Heart will be the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Mandy's Man Can comes out running for the early lead. Market Watch is there. He's All Heart to the far outside. Nash Potatoes is fourth down toward the inside. Mandy's Man Can clears the traffic, gets over next to the rail by the midpoint of the backstretch, and leads it by just over 2 lengths. He's All Heart goes second by 2.5, and then Market Watch is third by 2. Nash Potatoes, his fourth. Field Study is in 5th position. King of Salsa goes in the 6th spot, and then Silver Dime to the far outside. The Rainbow Factor between horses next to last, and Props is the trailer against the rail, running 10 lengths off the lead. 22.33 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Mandy's Man Can opens up on the lead, a half dozen lengths to the good. Midway point of the far turn. He's All Heart is second by 3, and then Market Watch is third by 2. Nash Potatoes is fourth down toward the inside. The left have work to do. They come to the top of the stretch. Mandy's Man Can at the quarter pole has the lead still by 6. He's All Heart is second by 3 as they turn for home. Nash Potatoes third. Market Watch is fourth up on the outside. Mandy's Man Can, the lead is down to 4. It's down to 3. There's a furlong to go. He's All Heart is giving chase. Still has to find more, though. Mandy's Man Can coming to the 16th pole. Nash Potatoes up the inside to challenge He's All Heart for second. 16th to go. Mandy's Man Can, Nash Potatoes running on, bursting through the opening between horses. Nash Potatoes. Danny Sheehy to win it. He's All Heart followed by Mandy's Man Can.
Strong finish there along the inside for Nash Potatoes. Horse that had never hit the board in 11 lifetime starts, but got the right setup here with the quick half mile of just over 45 seconds. A very patient ride down along the inside when it looked like Mandy's Man Can might be home free turning into the stretch. Nash Potatoes gets up in the final 16th for a decisive victory. First one in the 12th lifetime start. So congratulations to trainer Troy Newton and the rest of the connections aboard Nash Potatoes, winner of our second race and starting the early pick four.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, Nash Potatoes first. Number 12, He's All Heart second. Number 10, Mandy's Man Can was third. And number 2, Props was fourth. 1-12-10-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 1, Nash Potatoes, owned by Barrett Partners, LLC, of Dan Barrett, trained by Troy Newton, the jockey Danny Sheehy. Nash Potatoes, a 4-year-old gelded son of Mendelssohn out of 100 Year Storm by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Barrett Partners. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 25.48 seconds. Second race results official. 1-12-10-2, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The turf is firm. The temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured on this third event. A reminder in race 3, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race.
Horses are in the paddock for our third race, and it's the first turf race of the day, a first level allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. First $120,000 on this one. And we're looking at the one horse and the current 8-5 favorite, Touch of Fire, racing in the colors of the Juddmonte Farm. For trainer Brad Cox, Rad Ortiz will be in the saddle on this one, who was just sensational first time out. January 8th at the fairgrounds, going a mile and a 16th in the very first time out. Won it by 7 lengths, sitting just off the early pace and blowing the field away to get the victory in the debut. Came back in the Black Gold Stakes, also on the turf at that same distance at the fairgrounds, and ran very well. Set the early pace, got caught late by Black Hornet, beaten just a length and a quarter while finishing second as the heavy favorite in there. So you can understand why a lot of attention's being focused on Touch Fire for this race here at Keeland today. And Touch Fire looking very calm as he makes his way around the Keeneland walking ring. Let's move on to the 5-horse Tacticality for trainer Chad Brown. This horse ran twice as a 2-year-old and won second time out at Aqueduct, but the speed figures improved a good bit when this one shipped down to the Gulfstream Park turf course. Didn't win in either start, but ran well both times. Fourth in the 3-year-old debut, and then third, beaten just 3/4 of the length last time out with a career best buyer speed number. That was at a mile. Gets a little more distance in this spot today for Chad Brown and jockey Flavian Pratt. So the 5-horse currently at 5-1 is the co-second choice. There's a second Brad Cox trainee in this race, and that is Doctrine, who's on the outside, the 12-hole. Luis Saez will be in the saddle on this one. First time out, the horse got up to win by a nose, going a mile on the turf. So that's not easy to do, going 2 turns first time out. Doctrine got up to get the win and then came back next time out in a first level allowance race. Again, that 7.5 furlongs is a 2-turn race at Gulfstream and was second, beaten just a length, going posted at just over 2-1. And the winner, Immortalized, came back to win next time out. So maybe a good field that this one caught last time. Currently 7-1 on Doctrine, and if Saez can negotiate that challenging outside post position, then Doctrine could be one to watch in this first level allowance race. Going a mile and a 16th on a firm Keeland course. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Stone Farm, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 1 1/16 over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
Let's take a look at a couple of other horses that we didn't talk about in the paddock, and one of them is Third Coast, the 3-horse, getting a very energetic warm-up. This horse from the barn of Tom Proctor and has been out just one time, and that was in mid-February down at Tampa, and won going 1 1/16 by almost 3 lengths. And the runner-up came back to win. So maybe a pretty good field that Third Coast was able to handle. Was the betting favorite that day, making his debut, first time out going long on the turf. So Third Coast attracting a good bit of money, 15-1 on the morning line, but has been bet down to 4-1 coming up to post time for this third race today. I also want to take a look at the 7-horse. That is Mendel's Mate for trainer Joe Sharp. This horse got a positive note in the Clockers report. If you saw the Today at Keeland show, Scott and Gabby talked about that one this morning. It was off the workout on April 3rd here at Keeland, breezing 48-1 over a distance of 4 furlongs, and the Clockers liked how this one was moving in the morning that day. Now, the thing on Mendel's Mate is that he ran on turf first time out and ran credibly, beaten just under 3 lengths while finishing 4th in a field of 12. That was at 5 furlongs. Since then, all 3 starts have been on the synthetic. So he gets back on the turf, which he's bred to like, and he gets to go long on the turf for the first time. And he is bred to enjoy more distance, and in fact has improved while getting more distance in the last 2 starts, going 1 mile in the 2 synthetic races at Turfway Park. So getting to go long on the turf could be the ticket to Mendel's Mate being a bit of a surprise. 14-1, but an interesting price play. And here, off that Clockers report and the recent good form going long.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Stone Farm. Moving into line, third race. Third Coast walks up. Time for Money and Katam. Chambersville moves into line along with Tacticality. Here's Hayes' goal. Doctrine, the last one. Walks up. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Third Coast out for the lead. Zeus's Echo is right there to the inside. In the opening strides, Mendel's Mate from between horses up close as well. And there goes Doctrine from the center of the course, joined by J.J. Gray as they head for the first turn. Zeus's Echo moves up, down toward the inside, has the lead by just a neck now as they enter the first turn. Third Coast will go in second position. Doctrine going to be three wide in third. Mendel's Mate against the rail in fourth. J.J. Gray is fifth between horses. Hayes' Goal three wide, moves up into sixth, about 5 lengths off the early lead. Tacticality wrestled back between horses in seventh. Touch of Fire eighth to the inside of that one. Mischief Ride is ninth up on the outside. Then Katam, who's in the 10th position. Chambersville wide at the back in 11th. And Time for Money last of the 12. 22.45 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Midpoint of the backstretch. Zeus's Echo has a 2-length lead. Third Coast is second a half length. Doctrine third up on the outside. Mendel's Mate sneaks through an opening toward the rail up into fourth. Just over 2 lengths off the lead. J.J. Gray is fifth between horses. Chambersville is about 5 wide onto the far turn. Now moves up from fifth to third to second. Here comes Third Coast along with Doctrine between horses. Zeus's Echo hugs the rail, though it saves the ground around the far turn and still leads it. Zeus's Echo by 3/4 of a length to the top of the stretch. Doctrine, then Chambersville far outside, and Third Coast looks for more running room from in between horses off the turn. Mendel's Mate is fifth, finds an opening down toward the inside, starts to scoot up. Zeus's Echo has the lead. Mendel's Mate up the inside. Chambersville, Doctrine from the outside. Third Coast is in fifth. Mendel's Mate has the lead now in the final furlong. Chambersville on the outside. Zeus's Echo, Touch of Fire is running late on the far outside. Touch of Fire, fifth, fourth, third, second. Touch of Fire gets up on the outside to win it for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Well, a fantastic ride aboard Mendel's made by Tyler Gaffleone. Got this horse to the lead in deep stretch off that encouraging report from the Keeland clockers, but Touch of Fire was just too much to hold off, storming down the middle of the stretch under Rad Ortiz. A perfectly timed ride to get up in the last couple of jumps for the Juddmonte Farm and trainer Brad Cox. 3 starts now, 2 wins, a second. Horse by constitution out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare that no doubt has a very bright future. Congratulations to the winning connections of Touch of Fire in our 3rd race here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 3rd race. Number 1, Touch of Fire, finished first. Number 7, Mendel's Mate, second. Number 11, Chambersville, third. Number 2, Zeus's Echo, fourth. 1-7-11-2 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 3rd race official. 1-7-11-2, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 3rd race, the official winner of the Stone Farm, number 1, Touch of Fire. Owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Touch of Fire, 3-year-old son of Constitution, out of Mexican Gold by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte. Mile at a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 43.2 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Stone Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Touch of Fire. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 4, Maximum Promise, number 4 scratched. A reminder, change of equipment for the 2 Profound blinkers on. 2 Profound blinkers on today. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. The main track listed fast.
Race number 4 on the card is on the main track at 1 mile and a 16th. It's a claiming race. It's for non-winners of 2 lifetime, a $40,000 claiming tag for these 3-year-olds and upward. And we're going to take a look at Hot Property down on the inside, the 1 horse, and currently the 2nd favorite in the betting at 3-1. Go back to the very first race for this horse at the fairgrounds in November of 2024. Debuted with a wire-to-wire victory going 1 mile and a 16th, and that was for trainer Brad Cox. And today Cox has this one coming in the 2nd start off a long layoff. So off that debut win, they put this horse in the Smarty Jones, and he was 5th behind Coal Battle. Tried him on the turf going long for the final start of 25, or for the first start of 2025, and then ran 3rd, and then off that race came back here at Keeland, and something really went wrong. So whatever that was, Hot Property did not start again until March the 12th of this year, back down at the fairgrounds against Allowance Company, finished 5th, but probably had to need that race, and coming off such a long layoff. Now 2nd out off that layoff, gets to go long from the inside, just like he did first time out. So Rad Ortiz, who just won the last race, could be trying to get a wire-to-wire trip again here for Hot Property in hopes of upsetting the favorite. Now the favorite at 6-5 right now is Profound. Profound comes from the barn of trainer Will Walden, who acquired this horse via a claim the day after Christmas down at Turfway Park, when Profound was victorious going 1 mile on the Turfway synthetic surface. Broke and started 7th and was able to sweep past the field and get up to get the win by about 1.5 lengths. Out of that race, went into a couple of allowance events down at Gulfstream Park on the turf. The last one going 1.5 miles, ran 5th the first time, 8th the last time. Drops down into claiming company this time off those 2 allowance races at Gulfstream, and those turf allowances can be tough down at Gulfstream. So Profound might find this an easier spot. 1 victory from 6 lifetime starts, but the drop down in class might be the ticket for trainer Will Walden and jockey Flavian Pratt to get Profound home. If you're looking for a bit of a price in here, consider the 7 at 13-1 from the barn of trainer Brett Calhoun. Calhoun acquired this horse after or for the 2026 season. Last time out in August of 2025 for the previous trainer. Couple of 2nd place efforts and then a win breaking the maiden back at Louisiana Downs on the 3rd of June in 2025. 2 starts with Calhoun. The first one didn't go well at all against Allowance Company on the turf going long at the fairgrounds, but came back next time out against restricted claimers and ran really well. A lifetime best buyer figure of 74, 2nd beaten ahead. Now this is a much tougher group that Hard Spun to Run is facing in this spot, but is in good form, trending the right way off that effort last time out. So perhaps this one can ride the wave of improvement to an upset, currently at 13-1. They'll be heading to the track soon for race number 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up for a price of $40,000. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 4, Maximum Promise, number 4, scratched. Change of equipment today, blinkers on the 2, Profound, blinkers on. Double and pick 3 wagering, post time in 5 minutes.
Let's take a look at the 3-horse in here. Arthur Jr. currently at odds of 9-2 from a 6-1 morning line. Racing for the Ken LaRose stable and the longtime assistant there to Tom Amos, who recently retired. So this one was claimed by the Amos stable back in late December at Turfway Park out of a win that was a maiden claiming breaking win. And then in the subsequent start, this one ran out at Oaklawn going long and finished a good third. Improved buyer figure in that start. And then last time out didn't go well. So back here at Keeland for another shot, going long off the 6-furlong effort last time. This is a horse that has gone this mile in the 16th distance or something close to it just one time, but did finish second. That was a race at Indiana Grand last summer or last spring. This horse shows no top 3 finishes from 3 starts at Keeneland, but if you look back to April of last year, ran a good 5th, beaten just a little over 4 lengths, going at 6 furlongs. So I wouldn't put too much stock in any concern about handling the track. I think it's just handling the horses that Arthur Jr. is going up against today for this $40,000 claiming tag, but does have 7 top 3 finishes from 13 starts. Now, unfortunately, 5 of those have been in the 2-hole, but still, it's a horse that has had some level of consistency and currently at 9-2 on the morning line, or on the betting board here at Keeneland. And then the horse that we want to take a look at that is the favorite is Profound, the 2. This one from the Will Walden barn, and making his 3rd start for Will since claiming this horse back on the day after Christmas up at Turfway Park. And this horse opened as the heavy favorite, and that has not changed. Still at 6-5. Bobby and Pratt will be aboard this horse, and it's the first time that he's ridden the horse. Looks like a nice workout on April the 4th here at Keeland, breezing in just a tick under 48 seconds flat. Turf to dirt angle in play here for a horse that went 1.5 miles on the turf last time out, and that is a 23% win rate for the Will Walden stable, turf to dirt, which is the case for the 2, Profound, making his first start on the main track and the heavy favorite in race number 4. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. Moving into line, 4th race. Hot Property goes in. Profound comes forward. Arthur Jr. awaits. Will be a first wire finish. Sound Cause is next, then 3 more to load. Aguila Negra. Here's Hard Spun to Run. Aguila Negra goes in. Waiting now, Dewey's Denali, the last one, walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Dewey's Denali from the outside and Arthur Jr. from the inside. And Sound Cause along with Hard Spun to Run. Between that pair, these 4 stack up across the track heading into the first turn. Arthur Jr. has the lead, gets over next to the rail. Arthur Jr. is in front. Sound Cause will go second, a lane off the rail just off the leader's flank around the first turn. Hot Property third, hugging the rail from that inside starting spot all the way around the turn. Hard Spun to Run fourth alongside that one. Profound is fifth between that pair. And then Dewey's Denali next to last, and Aguila Negra at the back. It was 24.26 the time for the opening quarter. Arthur Jr. leads the field off the first turn onto the backstretch, 3/4 of a length. Sound Cause will go second by a length and a half to Hot Property. Now Profound starts to pick up the chase from between horses, goes from 5th to 4th to 3rd, now within a half length of second as they move off the end of the backstretch. It is still Arthur Jr., Sound Cause 1-2, but Profound joins them. 48.78 seconds the time for the first half mile. Profound will be wide heading onto the far turn. The front 3 now separated by a half length. You've got Profound to the far outside, Arthur Jr. to the inside, Sound Cause between that pair, then a gap of nearly 3 more lengths back to Hot Property as they come toward the quarter pole. Here's Profound, has the lead, outward from the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Arthur Jr. is second, then a gap of 5 back to Sound Cause. Hot Property fourth on the outside as the top of the short stretch. Profound is the leader. Profound has the lead by 3 lengths off the far turn, now by 4. Arthur Jr. goes second, Hot Property third on the outside, and Sound Cause is fourth back toward the rail. Profound chased by Arthur Jr., who comes rallying back up on the outside, but the wire's coming. Profound, Arthur Jr., Hot Property third. Here's Arthur Jr., a final try. Arthur Jr. gets up a half length over Profound on the wire with Hot Property third, and Sound Cause was fourth.
Well, a very confident ride there by Jose Ortiz aboard Arthur Jr., who took a little late money and went off at odds of 3-1. Told you he was coming off a 6-furlong race, stretching out to a mile and a 16th. Got past, and the horse that was the favorite, Profound, coming off a 1.5-mile race, swept past Arthur Jr., turning for home, but Ortiz sat chilly, and then got his horse rallying late to get the victory. Second win from 14 lifetime starts, and that's 7 top 2 finishes in 14 starts for a pretty consistent son of Authentic, Arthur Jr., winning race number 4 here at Keeland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 3, Arthur Jr. first. Number 2, Profound was second. Number 1, Hot Property third. Number 5, Sound Cause was fourth. 3-2-1-5 unofficial. Fourth race results official. 3-2-1-5 the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race. The official winner, number 3, Arthur Jr., owned by LF Go Racing of Larry Law. First career training victory for Kenan LaRose. The winning jockey is Jose Ortiz. Arthur Jr., a 4-year-old gelded son of Authentic, out of Parade of Roses by New Year's Day, bred in Kentucky by the Katie Rich Farms. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 45.56 seconds over the fast main track results official. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. The turf is listed firm today. The temporary rail is down. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with a carryover of $25,792. Also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 here in race 5. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. The jockey for the 4, Delaraine, will be Jamie Torres. The weight is +1.
Now, this race is clearly one where you shouldn't be afraid to take a stab at a price because the current favorite is 9-2. So the public is having a difficult time sorting this one out. Ended up with a bit of a price horse in here for the long shot play of the day, the 9 Daisy Flyer. One of two in here for trainer Rusty Arnold. The other one is the second choice right now. But this horse is 10-1 for Calumet Farm. This horse competed in the Grade 1 QE2 Challenge Cup last fall here at Keeneland. And the fact that they entered this horse in the first Grade 1 here at Keeneland for the Queen Elizabeth II Cup tells me that they have a very high opinion on Daisy Flyer. That was her last start as a 3-year-old. If you go back to her race in July, a Grade 3 up at Saratoga, she got the win by a neck that day in a good field up at Saratoga, coming from off the pace to do it. I think you may get a good price here, currently just ticking up to 11-1 for a horse that has a couple of lifetime wins. And again, suggests by the races in which she's competed that they believe that there's a good bit of upside left for Daisy Flyer, and perhaps it could happen as she makes her first start as a 4-year-old, and it's right here at Keeland, of course. The second horse we want to take a look at is coming out of the Brendan Walsh stable, and that's the 10 One More Dance. One More Dance also coming off a layoff that goes back to October, but this horse was racing overseas. This will be the first U.S. start for One More Dance, a 4-year-old who was bred in Ireland and has 5 wins from 13 starts. Half of the 10 starts last year saw this horse end up in the winner's circle, and she just seemed to get better as the year went on. Won 4 of her last 6. The race 3 back was a 2-length victory, and then her final start of the year got up to win by a half length. Nice time form speed number in that race on a yielding turf course that day, but it's firm here at Keeland today. But a lot of times these horses coming over from Europe are here because they think they will do better with the faster ground. So we'll see if that's the case for One More Dance. And horses coming into North America for the first time for the Walsh Barn, that's been a good angle in recent years for Brendan to find these horses with potential to improve coming over to the United States. The 12 at 6-1, taking a little bit of money right now for trainer Mark Casse and jockey Jose Ortiz, who just had that great ride in the last race, is Lady Ilse. Now, Lady Ilse, if you go back 3 starts, that was a Group 2 in Germany that she won, and then she went from that race into a Group 1 against Cinderella's Dream, horse that's competed in the Breeders' Cup and wasn't disgraced at all, finished 5th, but beaten just a little over 4 lengths that day. That was at a mile on the turf, getting a mile and a 16th here. The final start of the 3-year-old year for Lady Ilse came at Kentucky Downs, and it was against a really good field, and she did not disgrace herself at all that day down in Franklin, Kentucky. Finishing 7th, but beaten just over 5 lengths, and now making her first start for trainer Mark Casse and just her second start here in the U.S. So I think that's a horse that has a chance to have a good bit of upside racing here in the United States. So again, 2 5-1 co-favorites right now. The 12 is the current co-second choice at 6-1. It looks, from the public's perception at this point anyway, to be just a very wide open race 5 that starts the $1 pick 6. There's a $25,000 plus carryover. And then this is also the start of the $3 all turf pick 3 that includes the 2 stakes races later in the card. Good luck in race number 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Fair Lane, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with that $25,000 carryover. Also the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf. Pick 3. The turf is firm. Temporary rails down today. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. The jockey for the 4, Deloraine, Jamie Torres. The weight is +1. Post time 6 minutes.
Well, still no consensus on the betting here on the tote board at Keeland. You have 6 horses between 9-2 and 8-1 right now. Let's take a look at the current 9-2 favorite, and that is Bracelet for trainer Brad Cox. Second start of the year for this daughter of Authentic. Won here at Keeland back in October at a first level allowance race under Flavian Pratt, who's back aboard her today. And off that race, went over to Churchill Downs and was 4th, beaten just over a length by a Grade 1 winner, Lush Lips. So that was a very impressive performance off the win in first level allowance company here at Keeland. Competed in a stake and finished 8th, and then took a little time off, and then came back with a 3rd place effort last time out at the fairgrounds, and got rained off the turf that day. So getting back on the firm turf today might be the ticket for this one to improve. And currently now at 5-1, one of the 3 co-favorites. Also at 5-1 is the 7 In the Stars. I told you that Daisy Flyer was the one that I liked in this wide open field, but this is her stablemate from the barn of trainer Rusty Arnold. Luis Saez is on board. He was aboard her in early October here at Keeneland, and that was last fall with a win at First Level Allowance Company and went right out of that into the Mrs. Revere, along with the previous horse we talked about, Bracelet. Now, In the Stars finished 7th that day behind Lush Lips and hasn't been out since. So first start of the year, but has been training regularly down in Florida and then got one work in over the Keeneland surface. So 2 for 8 for both of those horses. And then we go to the 6 horse, who is also 5-1. 2 for 6 in her career is Windflower from the barn of trainer Bill Mott, who's off to a good start with his runners here at this spring meet. Junior Alvarado rides this one. He was aboard last time out in February at Gulfstream Park when this horse won a first level allowance race with a career best 83 Beyer figure. Won it in wire-to-wire fashion, getting to go a mile and a 16th for just the second time. So 2 for 2 at that mile and a 16th distance. That's what is in play here today for Windflower. Again, just a very evenly matched group here. Bracelet still the 9-2 favorite. $1 pick 6 starts here. Just a couple of minutes to post to get in your pick 6 tickets. And then it's also the start of the $3 all turf pick 3 race 5 at Keeland. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Fair Lane. Start of the pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Daisy Flyer goes in. Here's Delaraine coming forward, and also One More Dance. Saniza Pampa walks up. Caviar Breakfast. Windflower. Lady Ilza, the last one, goes in. At the post. And they're off. Coats on a Tree from the inside. Something About Her is there in the opening strides as well, with Delaraine there to the outside as they head for the first turn. Now here comes One More Dance, beginning to hustle up from the center of the course to challenge for the lead. Got Delaraine to the inside. One More Dance is right alongside Caviar Breakfast, 3 wide into the first turn. In third, Bracelet is fourth between horses. Something About Her hugs the rail. In fifth, Windflower, a wide sixth, out toward the center of the course, but moving up around the first turn. In the Stars is in seventh position. Daisy Flyer, eighth upon the outside. Vina Arana back toward the inside, travels in ninth. It is followed by Saniza Pampa, who's in the 10th position as they head up the backstretch. Goats on a Tree, 11th, break of 5 more lengths. Then Lady Ilza is now the trailer after an opening quarter in 22.91 seconds. Delaraine against the rail has the lead by just a neck. One More Dance is second by a length. Caviar Breakfast is third. Bracelet back toward the inside is in fourth. Windflower still toward the outside fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. Something About Her sixth. In the Stars, Vina Arana. Daisy Flyer on the outside. 47.37 seconds the time for the first half mile. mile. Delaraine, the leader, by 3/4 of a length around the far turn. One More Dance is second by a length and a half. Bracelet looks for some running room and sneaks up the inside from third. Now to challenge for second as they turn for home. One More Dance tries to swing to the outside along with Bracelet coming after Delaraine. And then Something About Her is fourth and the Stars is fifth. Lady Ilza going to run late on the grandstand side, still far back in fifth. Bracelet with the lead. Something About Her dives to the inside. In the Stars from the outside. Bracelet in the Stars. Something About Her to the inside. In the Stars from the outside. Runs up. Tries to put head in front. Bracelet still fighting on. These two to the wire. Head bobbing photo for the win.
Scintillating stretch run there between the 8 Bracelet on the inside trying to hold on the late charge of In the Stars. Bracelet under Flavian Pratt, In the Stars under Luis Saez. Head bobbing finish, and it is very close. So we'll wait for the official photo on this one. But both of these horses we talked about coming out of that allowance race here at Keeland. One of them on October the 3rd, In the Stars, the other one on October 25th, Bracelet. And then they both went over and competed in the Mrs. Revere. Bracelet got the better of In the Stars that day, finishing 4th to the 7th place finish for In the Stars. And we're waiting to see just how this one turned out between In the Stars and Bracelet at the wire.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race in the photo. Number 7, In the Stars, first. Number 8, Bracelet, was second. Number 3, Something About Her, third. And the 2, Vina Arana, fourth. 7-8-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Fairlane, number 7, In the Stars, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold, Luis Saez, the jockey. In the Stars, a 4-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Stellar Wind by Keeland, bred in Kentucky by Orpendale Charleston Winnett. Keeneland September graduate covers the mile and a 16th over the turf, listed firm 1 minute 41.73 seconds. 7832. Results still unofficial. Fifth race results official. 7832, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Fairlane Trophy presentation to the connections of In the Stars. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation for 5. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. 2 lucky students are taking home $10,000 in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Matt Johns of Eastern Kentucky University and Allie Martin of the University of Kentucky. They are accompanied by Lane's End Representative Andy Farish Day and Keeneland's Kara Heisenbuttel. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No carryover. No changes in race 6.
What a great race day we've had so far here at Keeneland Racecourse. Such a buzz about the plant here at Keeneland Racecourse, and things just continue to get better as far as the quality is concerned and the excitement around these races. This sixth race does start the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager, limestone stakes, Maker's Mark mile still to come in that 50-cent pick 5 sequence. And we'll start with race number 6, a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and up. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Great moment, 5-2 right now. He and the 4 both sitting at 5-2, but this is a colt by flatter, but for Tamaroke Stable and trainer Greg Foley, who comes out of an extremely live race at Fairgrounds. At the end of February, he finished second to a horse named Sergeant Sly, who earned a pretty flashy Beyer speed figure for that victory, beating Great Moment by over 3 lengths. He earned a 93 Beyer speed figure. So the fact that he was clear of the third place finisher in Pataka Take in that race, I think makes him the one to beat. So relying on the liveliness of that race down at Fairgrounds, that was also Great Moment's first race in quite a long time. So second race off of a long layoff, a lot of reasons to like Great Moment with Tyler Gaffleone jumping back into the saddle. He rode this horse back during his 2-year-old season, but he's clearly gotten better at the age of 4 since we've seen him in that only start at the age of 4, to be fair. But Great Moment, we were never getting 7-2 as the morning line suggested. 5-2 makes a lot of sense with the action that he has taken. Pataka Take is the number 3 horse. That is Mike Maker's Omaha Beach gelding for Glencrest Farm. He's run some credible races. His dirt race was better, I think, in my opinion, when you take a look at speed figures based on that race at Fairgrounds on debut on dirt, and then he came up to Turfway Park to try the synthetic. It's not that his synthetic race was bad by any means, but it was a quicker race at Fairgrounds, and that's why I'm hopeful that Pataka Take with Flavian Pratt jumping aboard this afternoon is a live runner. I think that these 2 horses drawn right next to each other should not be too far away from each other, traveling down the backstretch and throughout a majority of this race. And then Torrey Eiffel, the number 1 horse, is a gelding by Cupid, who cuts back in distance. I think the cut back in distance could be a sneaky move for this runner. He showed speed in a 1-turn mile race at Churchill on debut in the slop and then faded. His second race was a little bit better when he went up 2-turn distance of 1 mile and a 16th, but if he can be involved from the inside or maybe even rally off the pace from that inside draw, 9-1, Torrey Eiffel rounds out the top 3 selections for me in this very deep field of runners, 3-year-olds and up, that are going to be going 6 furlongs to start our late pick 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Raceland, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Post time is 6 minutes.
Now just 4 minutes away from race number 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking at the number 4 horse, Mizzou. It is College Scholarship Day. We're in SEC country. I know we're in UK country, Transylvania country, but Mizzou makes a great appearance out there, and he does have the gold and black saddlecloth on as well. But he is a big, good-looking son of Munnings for trainer George Weaver, Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. He'll cut back in distance. All of his races have been pretty solid. His best race came here at Keeneland, going 7/8 of a mile. It's 6 furlongs going to suit him. That's the question. He's drawn to the outside, in my opinion, of his 2 main foes in this race, in Great Moment and Patakatake. But the number 4 horse, Mizzou, good-looking chestnut son. Chestnut son of Munnings. Keeland September sale graduate, $300,000 yearling from 2023. He's 5-2 on the board. He's the second choice, just behind Great Moment as we look through the trees, and Great Moment's just out in front of him as these horses continue to warm up. Pick 5 pull. How about $400,000 in the next click as we're 3 minutes away from post time, now over $417,000. Get involved. It's Keeneland Race 6 next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Raceland, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line race 6. Here's Torre Fell. Perry Lou. Great moment awaits. Culper Code goes in. Putekateke and Ring Curl. Mizzou. Awesome Beat will be the last one. Going in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Mizzou. Mizzou right out for the lead. Putekateke, though, is there to the inside to press the issue, and Ring Curl up on the outside. Putekateke moves up and has the lead. Ring Curl goes second up on the outside. Around Mizzou, settles back from that pair back into the third spot. Will leave 2 more positions open to the inside, though, as Torre Fell starts to move by, along with Great Moment, third and fourth, respectively. Mizzou is now fifth. The filly Perry Lou is in sixth. Culper Code is seventh. Awesome Beat is last of the 8 as they head off the end of the backstretch. Opening quarter went 22.59 seconds. Putekateke has the lead by just a half length around the turn. Ring Curl second up on the outside. Gap of nearly 3 more lengths. Great Moment is third by a half length. Torre Fell is fourth back toward the inside. Then a gap of 8 more lengths back to the rest, including Perry Lou to the inside of Mizzou. Quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Putekateke nursing a narrow lead off the turn. Ring Curl is right there. Tries to draw alongside as they move toward the final furlong. Great Moment is to the extreme outside, but not picking up the leaders. Has been under urging. Still lingering in third. Final furlong. Putekateke has the lead by almost a full length. Ring Curl takes aim again at the 16th pole. Ring Curl on the outside now makes a more serious bid for the lead. Ring Curl gets up to win it. Putekateke home second, and then Great Moment third, and Awesome Beat came from last to be fourth.
Not quite the 85-1 we had in yesterday's nightcap, but this is a huge upset from Ring Curl for Troy Wismer, Novogratz Racing Stables. A colt by Keeland cutting back in distance and able to run down Putekateke, who'd slowed things down in that second quarter. It looked like he was going to have enough left in the tank, but not so fast. Ring Curl getting the victory at a huge number. $90 winner coming at you in leg 2 of the pick 6 and leg 1 of the late pick 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 7, Ring Curl, finished first. Number 3, Putekateke, second. Number 2, Great Moment, third. Number 8, Awesome, beat fourth. 7-3-2-8, unofficial. Sixth race results official, 7-3-2-8. The official results for Keeneland's 6th. Into the Winter Circle upset winner of race 6, the Raceland number 7, Ring Curl. Owned by Novogratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph Novogratz, trained by Troy Wismer. William Anton Georgie III, the winning jockey. Ring Curl, a 3-year-old son of Curlin, out of Southern Ring by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by 2500 determined stud. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast-made track, 1 minute, 11.38 seconds. Results official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Raceland to the connections of Ring Curl. Joining us in the winner's circle at this time are the Keeneland College ambassadors and interns. Keeneland provides a range of opportunities designed to empower students and immerse them in the thoroughbred industry through hands-on engagement and mentorship. Through the Collegiate Opportunities Program, students can explore an array of career paths within the industry, gaining experience along the way. These programs play a pivotal role in cultivating the next generation of racing professionals and help shape the future of the thoroughbred industry. Thank you to Lane's End for supporting this program. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Double and Pick 3 wagering start of the late Pick 4. Turf is firm, temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 2, Pure Eloquence. Also scratch the 6, Debbie Doll. Scratch the 7, Candy Talking. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 and 14. Start of the late Pick 4 on the way.
Time for some Friday graded stakes action. It's the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Stakes. 3-year-old fillies. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the firm-listed turf course. And what a group we have assembled for the 2026 renewal of this Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Cy-Fair, one of 2 Breeders' Cup winners from last fall that we have competing today here at Keeneland Racecourse, will have notable speech, the champion turf male of last year in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. But this is a filly, one of the best 2-year-old fillies of 2025. She nearly went undefeated. Her only loss was by just a neck to Snowface Princess, who she's up against again here today. That was up at Saratoga. But after that, she tore through the Algonquin Stakes and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, beating the boys in that instance. In fact, she's beaten the boys on 2 occasions. So she is in against fillies here this afternoon in the FanDuel Limestone for the first time since August of last year up at the Spa in Saratoga. I can't get past her. She looks awesome. She's not the tallest filly. Had an opportunity to speak to Philip Shelton of Medallion Racing, who co-own this filly along with Swinbank Stables and others, and he commented on that. But she is a well put together filly. She is quite a bull of a looking filly, especially at the age of 3. So by not this time, that sire that we saw put together such a brilliant fall meet with his runners here in 2025 at Keeneland Racecourse, and she's looking to add to that here this afternoon. Cy-Fair, the 9, she is currently sitting at even money in this competitive group of 3-year-old fillies. The filly just to her inside will be the 8-horse Lenny Lou, 6-1 on the board. She won the first race of the spring meet last year on an off track in 2025. Then she went on to the turf course at Gulfstream to win the Royal Palm Juvenile Filly Stakes, and she was able to earn a spot into a Royal Ascot attempt back last summer, and she ran extremely well against that international competition in the Group 2 Queen Mary Stakes at the Royal Meeting, finishing 3rd behind good fillies like True Love. Out of that, she came to Gulfstream Park. She ran in the Breeders' Cup. She didn't quite bring the same sort of spark that we saw from her in her previous races, but her comeback win was pretty easy, really. If you look at that Gulfstream Park race in the Melody of Colors, it's only a 3/4 length margin of victory, but it was an easy win for this filly. And there's a possibility, from what we've heard from Patrick Biancone and the Biancone camp, that they're going to explore looking at a potential return to Royal Ascot come the end of June. But first things first here in the Grade 3 Limestone Stakes at Keeneland Racecourse. One of the more accomplished fillies that we saw last year at the age of 2. And then Sapphire Beach down on the inside, the number 1 horse, 12-1. One of many very good prices that we have in this race with the front-loaded nature of the wagering on the filly Cy-Fair. But Sapphire Beach for Rusty Arnold, she cuts back in distance, and I think that that's going to be a huge advantage for her. She was last seen stretching out to a mile in the Here Comes the Bride. She was up on the pace that afternoon and then just simply faded. And that race, the 3rd-place finisher Storm's Wake, would exit that event and come here to Keeneland last weekend and win the Appalachian Stakes. So you've got to recognize that form. But for Sapphire Beach, the drop back and trip should be a big positive for this daughter of No Nay Never out of Rusty's barn with Jose Ortiz going to be jumping aboard for the first time. What a race we have coming up here next to start the late pick 4. It is the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Stakes.
Caballo.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 7th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes Grade 3. 3-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2 Pure Eloquence. Also scratch the 6 Debbie Doll and the 7 Candy Talking. And scratch the also eligibles 13 and 14. Post time in 7 minutes. Now the post parade, number 1 Sapphire Beach, owned by the Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff and trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Map of the Moon, owned by the NBS stable of John Ballantyne, trained by Kelsey Danner, jockey Axel Concepcion. 4 Quiet Street, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Junior Alvarado. 5 Light One Up, owned by Purple Rain Racing of Jeannie Buss, owned also by Mark Davis, trained by Doug O'Neill, the jockey Antonio Frezu. 6 and 7 are scratched. Number 8 is Lenny Lou, owned by Amy Dunn, Caitlin Dunn, Brenda Miley, Gene Wilkinson. Hoffman Family Racing LLC of Gregory Hoffman. Tranquility Lake Farm LLC of Emily and Oliver Bushnell. Maury Harrington and Christopher Harrington, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 9, Cy-Fair, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, Swinbank Stables LLC of Reagan Swinbank, Joey Platts and Mark Stanton, trained by George Weaver, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 10, Snowface Princess, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmus and the jockey Flavian Pratt. 11, Slay the Day, owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey John Velasquez. And number 12, Should've, owned by the Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Beautiful group of fillies warming up out on the track, and Snowface Princess is who we're taking a look at right now for Winchell Thoroughbreds, a filly by Midshipman who does have a win over Cy-Fair, our heavy favorites. Mentioned this, she won the Bolton Landing running down Cy-Fair, outrunning that group down to the wire to win by a knack. Her 2 turf sprints at 5.5 furlongs, both victories up at Saratoga. She then went to Kentucky Downs, ran in the $1 Million Untappable Stakes, and just could not quite close on that course in the effective nature that she did up at Saratoga. But this is a filly not to be disrespected at odds of 8-1, given her record at 5.5 furlongs and her looks out there for Winchell Thoroughbreds and Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. The filly that'll be drawn alongside of her to her outside is Stay the Day for Flying Dutchman. Beautiful looking daughter of Into Mischief. Just a $170,000 purchase at the 2024 September sale. But boy, is she stunning. 2-time winner. This is a big step up in competition from what she's run against throughout her racing career. And last time we saw her was at Gulfstream Park, second start of this season, but her first start on the turf course. And that was a career best effort, winning by 4 lengths. So has the turf form Does she have the turf form stepping up is the big question. She's 7-1 on the board with Johnny Velasquez for Brian Lynch. Wonderful group getting ready to load into the starting gate in less than 4 minutes. This is the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Stakes from Keeneland.
Play us something saucy. All right.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 7th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes Grade 3, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Quiet Street comes forward. It's Slay the Day. Flight one up. Should have, the last one. Walks up. Moves into line. Locked up, ready for a start. They're off of the FanDuel Limestone. There goes Slay the Day right out for the lead. Cy Fair and Lenny Lou up close in the opening strides as well. Sapphire Beach is right there down toward the inside. Light One Up comes away running in 5th. Snowface Princess 6th up on the outside. Quiet Street will go in the 7th position as they head toward the far turn. Map of the Moon is in 8th and Should've is last of the 9. Cy Fair is the leader at the entry to the far turn. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Slay the Day goes second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Sapphire Beach close up third toward the inside. Starts looking for some more running room. Lenny Lou is there toward her outside and 4th. Just over 2 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more back to Light One Up in 5th. Snowface Princess is still 6th. Top of the stretch. Map of the Moon, Quiet Street. And Should've his last quarter mile to go. Cy Fair to catch. Leading Slay the Day. Slay the Day to the outside. Cy Fair to the inside. Sapphire Beach tries to pick them up from 3rd. And Lenny Lou is now in 4th. Here's Slay the Day right alongside of Cy Fair. Cy Fair fights onto the inside. Slay the Day. Sapphire Beach running on from the far outside. Slay the Day puts ahead in front, a deep stretch. Slay the Day in front. Sapphire Beach a final try to the outside of Cy Fair. Slay the Day, the leader. Slay the Day. John Velasquez winning the FanDuel Limestone. 1 minute, 1.99 seconds, a stakes record.
Well, Slay the Day arrives on the stakes scene with an impressive performance in today's Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone. Cy Fair down to her inside, given a good battle in her first start at the age of 3, but just easing away is the daughter of Into Mischief, the Keeneland September sale graduate for Flying Dutchman, picking up a Grade 3 win in just start number 5 of her racing career.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 11, Slay the Day, finished first. Number 1, Sapphire Beach, was second. Number 9, Cy Fair, third. And number 5, Light One Up, was fourth. 11-1-9-5 unofficial. Seventh race results official. 11-1-9-5, the official results. Moving into the stakes winner's circle here at Keeneland for race 7, the official winner of the FanDuel Limestone Grade 3, number 11, Slay the Day. Owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey, John Velasquez. Slay the Day, a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of My Doubt by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Pin Oak Stud, LLC. Keeneland September graduate Slay the Day gets the 5.5 furlongs in a stakes record 1 minute 1.99 seconds. Making the trophy presentation for the FanDuel Limestone, John Cozart, commercial racing manager, presents to the connections of Slay the Day.
Well, nobody's done it faster than Slay the Day in the Grade 3 FanDuel Limestone Stakes for Flying Dutchman, Brian Lynch, and Johnny Velasquez. How was she sitting up there close to the lead for you with Cy-Fair just to your inside?
And she was going awesome the whole way around. She broke really well. And I was expecting a little more speed. Somebody will go, anybody on the lead. And I was right next to Cy-Fair, right next to her. Take a nice hold of me. On the quarter pole, make sure I keep a little pressure to the horn in front, and down the lane when she responded very quickly, so very nice.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you so much. Thank you to him, got him ready for me.
Brian, masterful job, and she's obviously taken to the grass for you. What were you thinking as things were unfolding and she's right there with the favorite in Cy-Fair?
Well, the way she ran the first time on the grass, Scott, she looked at, like you said, she obviously found a surface, and you've got a rider like Johnny who can handle that sort of stuff under pressure, and she left there running, got herself in a good spot. She'd touted herself all week that she was doing well. And when we saddled her, she never turned a hair. She took everything in a stride here, and we're just so thrilled that she's doing what she's doing, and she's found a surface. She's a beautifully bred filly, and now she's a Grade 3 winner.
Well done.
Thanks, Scott.
Let's go to Gavi.
Scott, thank you very much. Here in the winner's circle with Hunter and Peyton as well. You guys really celebrated in the winner's circle. I was happy to see you guys, and can you just put this win into moments and what it means to be here together and take in this win?
Well, it's always special to win here. It's such a special place. And anytime you have a horse in a stakes race here, it's a big deal. So we were obviously excited to be competing, and we thought she would really run well today, but, she obviously made us really happy.
She did. And Peyton, you were just telling me off air that you actually named this filly as well. Give us a little bit of a background on where the name comes from.
Well, it's a Dutch Bros slogan, and Slay the Day means to just take advantage and totally conquer the day.
And she did that today.
Oh, yes, she did.
How does it feel to get this win today?
Oh, gosh. It feels so good. So good. I mean, she was doing against some of the best fillies in the country. Those fillies, they're really tough. She proved how nice she is today.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Slay the Day did just that here at Keeland.
Keeland's 8th race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Race 8 features double wagering and starts the $3 late pick 3. Scratch number 3, Kiana. Number 3, Kiana scratched.
Less than 15 minutes away from the start of the $3 late pick 3. Middle leg of this $3 late pick 3 is our grade 1 featured event, the Maker's Mark Mile. But we start this late pick 3 $3 minimum wager with an other than allowance race for fillies and mares 4 and up. And they'll be on the main track sprinting 6 furlongs. And we're taking a look right now at the number 4 horse, who is 5-2. Cut to the chase for Mr. Tom Bachman and trainer Wesley Ward. A filly by complexity. Paid a pretty penny for this filly back in 2023 at the September sale here at Keeneland as a yearling, $375,000. Debuted at Ellis last summer. She came here to Keeneland, ran on the dirt, broke her maiden in her best career race, which came on the dirt at Keeneland, right here at Keeneland back in the fall. And then her follow-up race was a few months later at Turfway Park on the synthetic. So getting back to dirt, it's a simple idea for me when playing this filly in race number 8. Back on dirt should bring out the best in her once again, based on her 3 career races where she's explored all 3 different surfaces that we have in North American racing. So cut to the chase, cutting to the chase as far as the angle, back on dirt for the number 4 horse. Second choice is the number 6 horse. She's a Gemma for CJ Thoroughbreds. Right now, 7-5 for trainer Bill Mott, Nyquist filly. She, too, has run a very good race, couple of races while sprinting on the main track between Tampa and down at Oaklawn Park. Her other 2 races, one-turn mile distances at Aqueduct, which she faded in both of those events. So back to the three-quarters distance again for second consecutive race should be a big plus. And to run in 109.4 at Oaklawn Park as she did, breaking her maiden by 9.5 lengths, that's a serious performance. Luis Saez was aboard. He's going to be back aboard this afternoon. I think deserving favorite at 7-5 in a very tough A-than allowance. And then the number 5 horse rounds out the top 3, Chatter for WSS Racing, Safi Joseph Jr. She was beaten by Kapoor in her most recent start. You might remember that name earlier this week. Kapoor went 4 in a row here at Keeneland Racecourse for trainer Bill Mott. She just simply could not keep up with Kapoor. Nobody has been able to as of late. So you got to respect that form that she has coming into this start. And at odds of 6-1, that is a great price on a filly who's, I don't want to say is getting class relief, but she just found one of the most in-form allowance fillies, soon-to-be stakes-tested fillies you would imagine on down the line for Godolphin and trainer Bill Mott. So race number 8, again, starts the $3 late pick 3. I've got 4, 6, and 5. Good luck at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Terminus Farm, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the $3 late pick 3. Scratch number 3, Kiana. Post time, 7 minutes.
Five minutes away from the start of the $3 late pick 3. Here's a look at the number 2 horse for Rigney Racing. That is a filly by Vacoma for Phil Bauer, who moves back onto the dirt after trying the turf course in her last start about 4 months back during the fall at Churchill Downs, the winter, November, I should say, at Churchill Downs. Like the way that she's warming up under Irad Ortiz Jr. She was a debut winner at Churchill Downs and just really was never able to come close to that outside of her allowance run just 3 starts ago on dirt. So if you're relying on that form or that run line, she's caught some tough company. She's run against Clico, Velvet Devil, Kappa Kappa in the Lexus Raven run here at Keeneland Racecourse. So feeling good out there under Irad. Strong, stiff warm-up, but now going to slow things down as we're less than 5 minutes away from post time. But boy, does Cut to the Chase look good. The number 4 horse now 8-5 on the board. You can see why now, getting a up-close and personal look at her, why she brought $375,000 as a yearling at the September sale almost 3 years ago. She's feeling good. She's big, beautiful daughter of complexity. 8-5 on the board. I think she's going to be awfully tough here in race number 8. Good luck. 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Terminus Farm, start of the $3 late pick 3. Moving into line race 8. Ginger Zip comes forward. Tia Roa. Cut to the chase. And Chatter. 3 more to load. She's a Gemma. And now the last 2 going steady. Autumn Rhythm, the last one. Last one walks up, goes in at the post. They're off. There goes Chatter. Chatter comes out for the early lead. Gets right to the front, scoots down next to the rail. Autumn Rhythm comes away well. Second up on the far outside as they head up the backstretch. Cut to the chase is third to Tia Roa. Fourth toward the inside. She's a Gemma. Is fifth between horses, running just over 4 lengths from the front. Ginger Zip to her inside as they enter the far turn and going steady. Moves wide from the back. Moves up 2 spots from last as they head onto the turn after an opening quarter 22.23 seconds. It is Chatter who leads it against the rail by a length around the turn. Cut to the chase. Second between horses, 3/4 of a length. Autumn Rhythm is third up on the outside. Still 2 lengths off the lead. To Tia Roa, fourth toward the inside. Still has nearly 4 to make up. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to She's a Gemma, who is still better than a half dozen lengths from the lead. She's got going steady to her outside. In the meantime, Cut to the Chase is drawn alongside of Chatter. Chatter to the inside is given way to Cut to the Chase, who's got a narrow lead to the outside in the final furlong. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Autumn Rhythm in third. Going steady on the far outside. Deep stretch for Cut to the Chase. John Velasquez aboard. Cut to the Chase. Drawing clear for the victory. Cut to the Chase to win it. Chatter was home second, and then it was Autumn Rhythm in third, close for fourth.
Look good, play good. That's exactly what Cut to the Chase did today, returning to the dirt course at Keeneland Racecourse, where she's now 2 for 2. Patient handling from Johnny Velasquez, laying off the speed set by Chatter, who's going to fade to finish second. But an impressive performance. Again, now 2 for 2 on the main track at Keeneland. Cut to the Chase. Wesley Ward, Johnny V for Mr. Thomas Bachman.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race, number 4, Cut to the Chase, finished first. Number 5, Chatter, was second. Number 8, Autumn Rhythm, third. Number 6, She's a Gemma, fourth. 4, 5, 8, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Terminus Farm, number 4, Cut to the Chase, owned by Tom Bachman, trained by Wesley Ward. 2 wins today, back-to-back for John Velasquez. Cut to the Chase, 4-year-old filly by Complexity out of Listen to Libby by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.31 seconds over the fast main track, and the results official. 4, 5, 8, 6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Terminus Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Cut to the Chase. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 38th running of the Maker's Mark Mile Grade 1. The turf is firm. The temporary rail is down today. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch number 3, Troubleshooting. Also scratch the 7, Tenacious Leader. Scratch number 8, Bear River. Also scratch the 9, Wolfie's Dynaghost, as well as the 10, Deterministic, and scratch 13, Pitkin.
The Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Stakes is up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, bringing together a brilliant group of Grade 1 performance, Grade 1 winners, Breeders' Cup winner, and notable speech, and of course the champion of last year, the male champion in the turf division of last year. That is the number 4 horse, Notable Speech. I can't get past this horse. Watching him walk back down here in the paddock as he arrives to Keeneland Racecourse, he's spent some time here for the Godolphin team, and Charlie Appleby getting set for his first start here at Keeneland. This is a horse that was able to beat the best group of turf runners that we have in North America in the Breeders' Cup Mile in his last race, and that was after toying with the group in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile in those 2 starts here in North America. Has shown that he is more than suited to adapting to the style of racing here around the 2-turn setups as we saw at Woodbine and down at Del Mar, and his turn of foot is blazingly quick. You watch back that race at Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Mile, he put away some of the best horses that we have in North America in the Turf Mile division, the best horses that we had last year in the Turf Mile division. So Notable Speech, son of Dabawi, back here in the United States. I think we're going to see a lot of him, according to what Charlie Appleby has said, in 2026. And keep in mind, the Breeders' Cup is here this year. So getting a test run over the Keeneland turf course, but this is not a test run. This is a Grade 1, and Grade 1 horses show up to win Grade 1 races, and that's exactly what Notable Speech is here to do today. He's even money on the board right now. If you could get even money, I would imagine the price is going to come down. That would be a very good price on a horse of this quality and ability, and being a champion and a Breeders' Cup winner. The alternatives lie with Rhetorical, the number 1 horse, who is 3-1. He's the clear second choice. He is a Grade 1 winner over this turf course at Keeneland. He won the Grade 1 Turf Mile fall of last year, and that was an impressive performance. He rattled off 4 wins in a row. He had come out of New York bred company into that Grade 1 race and showed that he belonged in the open Grade 1 company. So Rhetorical is a very good horse by all accounts, and our clockers here at Keeneland, they've loved the way that he has been working. So a son of Not This Time, he was part of that pace at points in about the midway point of the race in the Breeders' Cup Mile at Del Mar, and then ended up finishing 4th, beaten 2 lengths, passed by Notable Speech as he passed a majority of the field. But Rhetorical back here at Keeneland Racecourse and being saddled right now on the walk by Will Walden. Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to get the call. He is a serious racehorse competing here today at Keeneland. And then finally, the number 6 horse rounds out my top 3. That is Zulu Kingdom for trainer Chad Brown, well-bred son of 10 Sovereigns. He's won 6 of 8. In fact, he's crossed the wire in front of his competition in 7 of 8 races. He was DQ'd in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame Stakes up at Saratoga the last time we saw him. That was 8 months ago. He'll be ready off the layoff. He's had gaps in between races. He's been so well spotted. He's a Grade 1 winner last year at the age of 3 on Derby weekend at Churchill Downs, taking the Grade 1 American turf. But this is going to be the stiffest test of his career as he steps into these older, battle-tested type horses like Notable Speech, who has run against some of the best horses internationally speaking. The 4-horse Notable Speech is not his U.S. campaign that we saw last year, but throughout his career. Group 1 winner of the Goodwood at the Sussex Stakes back in July of 2024. I know I'm going back to the favorite, but it's hard not to. Good luck in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, our featured event on a glorious Friday here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 38th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1 stakes for 4-year-olds and up. On the turf course, which is listed firm, the temporary rail is down. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 3 troubleshooting. Scratch the 7 Tenacious Leader. Scratch the 8 Bear River. Scratch the 9 Wolfie's Dynaghost. Also the 10 Deterministic. And scratch 13 Pitkin. Post time, 6 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Rhetorical, owned by Gary Barber, owned by Cheyenne Stable LLC of Everett Dobson, owned by Wachtel Stable of Adam Wachtel, trained by Will Walden. Jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 2-1 Stripe, owned by Hollywood Racing of Owen Heffer, owned also by Rakesh Segulam, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. 4 is Notable Speech, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey William Buick. 5, Aomori City, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Richard Mullen. 6, Zulu Kingdom, owned by Maddock Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned also by Michael Dubb, William Strauss, and Michael Caruso, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Flavian Pratt. 11, Tis Dashing, owned by the Sakatoga Stable of Jack Knowlton, trained by Barkley Tagg and the jockey Javier Castellano. And number 12, Brilliant Birdie, owned by Klein Racing of Richard Klein, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time at 5 minutes.
5 minutes away from the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. We're looking at 1 Stripe, South African-bred 5-year-old son of One World, who since arrived here to the United States finally broke through with 2 very good performances down at Gulfstream Park. He nearly won the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup Invitational. If you were observing him down in the paddock, he did have a blue hood on, or purple hood on, I should say, which has since been taken off. And that's just a protocol that is something that we'll see horses, international horses, utilize it a lot, where they will keep calm down in the paddock. And then oftentimes we'll see them taken off at the gate, but it's been removed since he's come out for this warm-up and post-parade. He was a Grade 1 winner in his native South Africa, part of a contingent of horses that have come to Graham Motion by way of South Africa. But he is a horse that certainly deserves respect at odds of 8-1, given his last 2 performances down at Gulfstream Park, being able to close the way that he did on that very quick turf course. And then we go back to Zulu Kingdom, the number 6 horse, 4-1, now 9-2. That makes him the 3rd choice in this race. Trainer Chad Brown just picked up his 2,999th victory up in New York. If he's able to pull off this Grade 1, it would be career win number 3,000, and it would come in a Grade 1 at Keeneland. Aside from that, this is a gorgeous horse. He looks like the Breeders' Cup statue, Breeders' Cup trophy. He is a beautiful son of 10 sovereigns at his Zulu Kingdom. Just about finished with his warm-up as he gets ready for his Keeneland test today against older horses. Good luck in our featured event. Notable Speech, still holding it even money for the boys in blue. Godolphin for the Maker's Mark Mile.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 38th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. Moving into line, 9th race. Here's Rhetorical. One Stripe. Notable Speech. Amori City. Zulu Kingdom. 2 more to load. Tis Dashing. Brilliant Birdie, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. Rhetorical, fractious in the gate, settles down. They're off in the Maker's Mark Mile. There goes Zulu Kingdom right out for the early lead. Rhetorical comes away in second with Tis Dashing away running in the 3rd position. Amori City was off a step slowly, now kicks into gear toward the far outside. Going to swing up from last. Going to be about 5 wide into the first turn. Moves forward into 3rd, into 2nd, and comes charging after the leader Zulu Kingdom, who's against the rail to save some ground around the turn. Zulu Kingdom on top by 3/4 of a length. Amori City goes 2nd by 3/4 of a length, and then Rhetorical 3rd against the rail by a half length. Tis Dashing 4th between horses. Brilliant Birdie 5th far outside. One Stripe is 6th. Notable Speech is 7th. Carefully moves up between horses, a couple of spots from last as they head up the backstretch. 23.89 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Zulu Kingdom is the leader. Zulu Kingdom leads at 3/4 of a length. Amori City goes 2nd by a length through the far turn, and then Tis Dashing up on the outside to challenge Rhetorical for 3rd. Notable Speech is still between horses. Runs along in the 5th position. 3 lengths off the lead. Has Brilliant Birdie to the outside and One Stripe back toward the inside as they move midway on the far turn. Zulu Kingdom is the leader. Has the lead 3/4 of a length as they come for the top of the stretch. Amori City goes 2nd by a length. Then Tis Dashing. Notable Speech is still in behind horses. Rhetorical's looking for running room down toward the inside. Brilliant Birdie swings outside of Tis Dashing. They've all got to catch Zulu Kingdom, who's got the lead by 3 lengths in the final furlong of the Maker's Mark Mile. He's got it by 3.5 by 4. One Stripe is charging up the inside to challenge Rhetorical. Rhetorical's coming late on the outside. Here's the wire. It is Zulu Kingdom. Zulu Kingdom and Flavian Pratt. Trainer Chad Brown. 3,000th career victory comes in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
He set the pace and he never looked back. The beautiful son of 10 sovereigns, Zulu Kingdom under Flavian Pratt. Some traffic there for the favorite. Notable speech prior to this point in the race. Just could not find a gap to accelerate late like we'd seen from him in so many races and Grade 1 races in the past. But Zulu Kingdom able to keep on going. And as Kurt mentioned, a milestone victory for trainer Chad Brown.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 6, Zulu Kingdom, finished first. Number 2, One Stripe, was second. Number 1, Rhetorical, third. And number 4, Notable Speech, was fourth. 6-2-1-4, unofficial. Ninth race results official. 6-2-1-4, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth. Moving into the stakes winner circle here at Keeneland, the official winner of the featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Number 6, Zulu Kingdom, owned by Maddock Stables LLC of Saul Kuhlman, owned by Michael Dubb, William Strauss, and Michael Caruso, trained by Chad Brown for his 3,000th career victory, the winning jockey Flavian Pratt. Zulu Kingdom, a 4-year-old Ridgeling by 10 Sovereigns out of Zinsiswa by Smart Strike, bred in Ireland by Acure Peregrine. Time for the mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 34.9 seconds. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Rob Samuels, 8th-generation distiller and managing director of Maker's Mark Distillery, joined by artist Dan Neal Barnes of nearby Georgetown, Kentucky, presenting to the connections of Zulu Kingdom. And again, congratulations, trainer Chad Brown. Career victory number 3,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating owner Michael Dubb, whose win with Zulu Kingdom in the Maker's Mark Mile earns for him a Keeneland tray as part of Keeneland's signature Milestone Trophy program. Congratulations to Mr. Dubb.
Milestones all around in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile as Zulu Kingdom ran them off their feet for Chad Brown. Bill Strauss, part of the ownership group, and Flavian Pratt aboard. We'd seen this horse forward in a lot of his races. Did you expect to make the lead, though, going into that first turn in this Grade 1?
Well, when I saw the scratches this morning, it sure changed the dynamic of the race. And, I mean, he's very naturally fast. So, I mean, it was one of the options for sure, yeah.
And as far as the finish, when you've got those closers and Grade 1 closers coming to you, how much did you have to dig in to hold them off?
Yeah, no, it was very brave. Honestly, I felt very comfortable on the lead, and he gave me a good run when we turned for home. But obviously, he hasn't run for a while, so I knew he was going to be, a bit tired late. So I kept him busy, and just the talent showed up.
It's a scary thought if he gets better off of this victory with that gap between races coming in today in this Grade 1, Flavian.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Bill Strauss, in from Southern California, big smiles, big celebration. How much fun are you having with your partners, your brothers here from Southern California, and winning a Grade 1 with a talented horse like this, Zulu Kingdom?
Life doesn't get better than this. I mean, how about Charlie going to the Derby was great, but this, having my brother here with me and the partners I have are just great. And that guy, Flavian, I just love him, and he's a great. And Chad's amazing. He's just a genius. Chad is a genius, and I appreciate my partner, especially Sal Kuman, for letting me in on this horse. And this is just great, and hopefully we move forward from here. That's a scary thought if we can move forward from here.
It certainly is. Enjoy it, and enjoy the travel back to Southern California, but enjoy Lexington, Kentucky, and this Grade 1 win here at Keeneland.
If I ever leave Southern California, I'm moving to Keeneland, or not Keeneland, Lexington, Kentucky. And this is great, and always enjoy talking to you in this circle.
Love it. Congratulations, Bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Zulu Kingdom.
Zulu Kingdom. Huge
Victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Congratulations again to Chad Brown and Mr. Michael Dubb as well.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. A $15,975 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The main track is listed fast. Scratch the 2, Chappelle. Scratch the 7, I'm Trouble. And scratch the 10, Houston. A reminder, the 11, Chasing Gray, the jockey 1 pound over. Also a reminder, 13, Blazy draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
12th and final, just 12 minutes, or 10th and final, I should say, is 12 minutes to post. Got my order right there. We do have a pick six carryover regardless of the outcome coming out of this race, and it'll be a 2-day carryover. So looking forward to that, and another grade one Saturday. Grade one Jenny Wiley, the Stone Street Lexington, our features tomorrow on the Saturday card. And we also have in this race the Toyota Super High Five that carried after the results of that 85-1 upset in the nightcap last night here at Keeneland Racecourse. So make sure you consider playing the $1 Toyota Super High Five. We'll close things out with a maiden $50,000 group of 6.5 furlong sprinters on the dirt. These are 3-year-olds and up. And the number 5 horse, Swagging, for Wayne Catalano is the direction that I go. He's 8-5 right now, being played as the favorite, dropping in class. Simple approach here as far as I'm concerned with my handicapping. Comes out of maiden special weight races at fairgrounds. Some credible races as well as far as this horse and his tactics. He can break sharp out of the gate and get good position. So looking to the 5 horse to take a step forward on the drop down in class, arriving here to Keeneland for the first time. Jose Ortiz will be aboard as he's ridden this horse. Did so back last year in his first 2 starts for a different barn, Joe Felks, but now with trainer Wayne Catalano. On to the number 9 horse on the outside, 4-1, the current price on Barker for Walmack Farm and trainer Chris Davis. He cuts back in distance. He drops in class. Luis Saez jumps aboard. And Saez and Chris Davis, if you've noticed over the last couple of years, bare minimum here at Keeneland Racecourse, when Saez rides for Chris Davis, and Chris will tell you this, he always gets phenomenal opportunities, it seems, and they have phenomenal results together at Keeneland and all over the place. So Barker on the drop, the cutback in distance. He's a stout player at 7-2, a little better price than what we're getting on the number 5 horse, Swagging. And I don't think that there's a lot of difference between the two of them. So if you're shopping around for prices, as we always try to do in these races, in the win pools at the very least, that is a good price on Barker, the number 9. And then the number 1 horse, Mr. American Pie, for owners Purple Rain Racing and Mark Davis. Doug O'Neill with his Son of McLean's Music. He was debuted for 50 at Turfway Park. He was one of the favorites on that afternoon. Ran an even 3rd place finish. Antonio Fresu is going to be riding him here this afternoon in Kentucky. But second time starter. He's not taking the class drop that some of these others are in here, but a second go at it. 18% winners for trainer Doug O'Neill with second-time starters, and he's very good in maiden claiming events, 25% winners with a positive ROI for a barn, Doug O'Neill, that runs a lot of racehorses throughout each and every calendar year. So he's sitting at 5-1 on the board. Good race to close things out on this Grade 1 Friday. It's the 10th and final, the Toyota Super High Five event, coming up in less than 9 minutes here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up for a price of $50,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $15,975. Scratch the 2, Chappelle. Scratch the 7, I'm Trouble. And scratch number 10, Houston. Overweight, the 11 Chasing Gray, the jockey 1 pound over. 13 Blazy draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Post time 6 minutes.
Couple of observations as these horses warm up with less than 4 minutes to post in our 10th and final. Don's last ride. First observation, 7-1 on the board. He's getting attention with the scratches in here and the class drop that he's taking. But he's a well-turned-out colt by Candy Ride. He was debuted on the synthetic up at Turfway, showed a little bit early, faded. Sometimes you see these horses that at least show something, at least forward position, and then fade in their first start, can take a move forward. Like I said, he's well turned out. Colt by Candy Ride, trying the dirt for the first time. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. 7-1 is the price that we're getting on Don's last ride. And then the 8-horse Sparked. First-time starter, Colt by Connect for Andrew McKeever and Danny Sheehy, looking for another win today on this Keeneland card. Part of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland. The Clocker Report has been pretty dialed in here in the first few days of the spring meet at Keeneland Racecourse. They had a horse at 15-1, finish a bang-up second earlier in the card today. So we'll see how Sparked gets on in his career debut for William Sparks and Tom Van Meter. 3 minutes to post, race number 10. Don't forget about the Toyota Super High 5 with the carry over the pool approaching $50,000.
Do you make some necklaces that the guy would wear? Sure.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line race 10. Mr. American Pie comes forward. Also sparked. Free Advice, now Barker. Here's Hill Country. Chasing Gray. Good Sal. Swaging. Don's last ride. Blazy will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Barker along with Spark. Good Sal to the outside and Swaging to join them, sliding down toward the inside as they head up the backstretch. Here's Swaging up to press the issue, but Barker has a narrow lead. And then Spark between horses. Here comes Mr. American Pie. He is kicked in down to the inside. He scoots up from fifth all the way to the lead. Takes the lead by just a neck as they head for the far turn. Barker still there far outside. Swaging and Sparked in between horses. Don's last ride. His fifth down toward the rail. 3 lengths from the front. Good Sal is in sixth. Gap of 2.5 more lengths back to Chasing Gray and seventh. Free Advice. Eighth. Hill Country is in ninth. And Blazy last of the 10. Mr. American Pie up the inside to challenge Swaging. And Barker is still there. 3 wide around the far turn, though, and moves back up to challenge once again for the lead. Now, Mr. American Pie, after making that move off the end of the backstretch, has lost ground, starts backing up toward the rail. Quarter mile to go. Barker to the outside of Swaging. Good Sal out toward the grandstand side in third. Sparked is in fourth as they turn for home. And then further back, Free Advice, who's trying to find some running room and changing lanes now toward the outside. And Free Advice comes on late past the eighth pole. Third, closing on Barker and also Swaging, who are still there to the inside. It is Barker with the lead. Free Advice in second. Barker, Free Advice on the outside, then Swaging. It is Free Advice, Dylan Machado. Free Advice up to win it. Barker home second. Swaging was across the wire in third. Sparked was fourth, close for fifth.
Barker able to settle off the pace, or Free Advice rather, able to settle off the pace here today and pull off this victory. A horse that we'd seen be more forward in his races, but it worked out under Dylan Machado for Tommy Humphreys and springing another upset here in the nightcap this week at Keeneland Racecourse. Not quite to the number of last night, but 15-1, leading the way in our 10th and final here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 3, Free Advice, finished first. Number 9, Barker, was second. Number 5, Swaging, was third. Number 8, Sparked, was fourth. And number 12, Good Sal, was fifth. 3, 9, 5, 8, 12, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, number 3, Free Advice, owned by Tommy Humphreys, Glenn Puryear Jr., and BHB Racing LLC of Tommy Humphreys, trained by Tommy Humphreys. Dylan Machado, the jockey. Free Advice, 4-year-old gelded son of Cantheros, out of Free Reign by Street Cry, bred in Kentucky by the Cantheros Syndicate and TC Stable LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 18.64 seconds. Tenth race results official. 3, 9, 5, 8, 12, the official results for Keeneland's 10th. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. There will be a carryover of $154,000 for the Pick 6 for tomorrow's card. The late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 when live racing resumes here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. But again, a $154,000 Pick 6 carryover for that card tomorrow. A reminder, simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.